Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Non-Wing, you should be in staging if you are not there yet. Outlaw Non-Wing, you should be in staging if you are not there yet.
Welcome, race fans, and welcome to prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway, located here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey Benz, joined alongside Kevin Benz up here in the broadcast booth, and we'll be guiding you throughout tonight's racing action on a Friday night for night one of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Starting us off in hot laps will be the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Heading off into turn one, we can find the number 14B of Brody Bridgman. Middle of the backstretch, we can find the 4R, Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. Over in the middle of turns one from Roanoke, Illinois. We'll have 9 cars out of this group two. The 456 of J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois. Another one of those drivers out on this. Carter from Charleston, Illinois. Another one of those drivers out on this session. Working their way back through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is working their way back through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is going to come out to the 8J of J.J. Williams, who will have control of the second group of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. He works his way back off turn 4. His lap number 1 coming up into the books. Everybody coming across the timing lines for the first time. Somebody goes inside the top 5, showing us missing data on my race pass. Colin Hutchison finds his way to the top 5. J.J. Williams goes to second as Eric Erdman goes for a spin in turn 2. It's almost collected by a couple cars. No caution just yet, and finally it will come out. No caution just yet, and finally it will come out. And it does sound like that will end the session as well. So Darren Stark was the fastest in this session on his second lap at 10.813. J.J. Williams was second in this session, third overall with a 10.909. 19 cars have seen the racetrack. 18 have taken a time so far. Group 3 making their way out onto the racetrack. Matt Veach, the number 57 V from Macedonia, Illinois, is going to lead them onto the racetrack. Right behind him off turn 2, the 88 of Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois. Entering turn 3, the number 37 of Aiden Purdue from Clinton, Illinois. Off into turn 1, the number 49 of Russ Gamester from Peru, Indiana. Caution lights start off around the racetrack for the third session of the Outlaw Micros. Looks like control is going to go to the number 94, Jordan Clary from Edwardsville, Illinois. He's coming off turn 4 to the green flag. A couple guys already flirting with the berm down on the bottom of the racetrack as they work their way to the green flag. A little bit of a lower berm as we've seen so far this year at Coles County Speedway. Lowered it for the super late models and modifieds to work their way around here for the Roll King Road to the Dome. And now we have an engine failure in turn 1. Smoke pouring out of the side of one of the cars. The caution will not come out. That's the number 40 of Devin Fager. That's at least his second engine failure of the year in a micro, unfortunately for him. But Brecken Reese, top of the charts for now at a 10.699. Great lap 1 from Brecken Reese. And they'll work their way looking for the white flag here as the closing laps of this session. Matt Veach finds his way into the top 3 overall, second in this session at 10.792 that last lap. Still no improvement for Brecken Reese as they work their way back to the checkered flag. Time to beat tonight at Coles County Speedway. So Brecken Reese finds himself on the top of the charts at 10.699. Cale Drake from Session 1, now second overall at that 10.719. And Matt Veach, who was second fastest in this session, will find himself third overall with a 10.737. In total, now 27 cars have seen the racetrack. 26 have taken a time. Group 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack now. Middle of the backstretch, we can find the number 4T of Parker Leak from Warsaw, Indiana. Entering turn 1, the number 7 of Carter Beatty from Concord, North Carolina. Green lights will come on here. One car slow down the backstretch on the entry to the corners. No caution just yet. Trying to get that car up. That's Andy Stanfield who pulls it down into the infield from Peru, Indiana. So far, nobody in this session finding their way to the top 5 just yet. Parker Leak goes inside the top 5, goes 5th exactly. Somebody just went to 3rd. It's another missing data car as they work their way back around to the checkered flag. No other improvement seen just yet. So after session 4, 36 cars have seen the racetrack, 35 have taken a time. Yes, he did. Off turn 2, Daniel Robinson, the number 10 from Benton, Illinois, will lead session number 5 onto the racetrack. Entry just turns 1 and 2, the number 23 of Alec Quiggle from Dover, Pennsylvania. Nolan Bartley's off turn 2 and his number 7F from Hammond, Illinois. Green flag is going to be out on group number 5 control car, the 29J of Brian Jones from Eddyville, Kentucky. He works his way through turns 3 and 4. The pink and black car will take the green flag and will have the first time lap of this session. First lap complete. Only a few drivers finding their way inside the top 5, or excuse me, the top 10 out of this session. White flag in the air still. Nobody finding really much luck in this session trying to break inside the top 10. Alec Quiggle looks to be the fastest out of this session. He's 11th overall. So the fastest out of this session will go 11th fastest overall, James Roselli, the number 95B. It's a 10.838. Session 6, the final session for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack. Passing by the flag stand, the number 21S, Steven Snyder Jr. from Rising Sun, Maryland. Green lights come on, coming off turn 4. Steven Snyder Jr. will take the green flag and have the first time session. One car into the outside wall, down the backstretch. It's the number 12, the RS12 Motorsport entry of Cade Ballinger from Lovington, Illinois. He was able to gather up, keep it pointed in the right direction, and Wyatt Walters still unable to keep the engine running as he came off turn 4 to the green flag, pulls it back down to the infield. Tough week for him so far. And unfortunately for him, I think that luck is going to continue for Wyatt Walters. Working their way off turn 4, Steven Snyder Jr. lap 2 goes to a 10.707. Good enough for second fastest overall. Fastest in this group, Joe B. Miller right there with him at 10.715 on lap 1. White flag in the air as we have one car turned around in turn 2. It's Andy Bishop from Harrisburg, Illinois, the number 41. Goes for that spin in turn 2. So that will conclude the hot laps for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Breckenreese holds on to that top spot with a 10.699. Metro 4, Steven Snyder Jr. in second at 10.707. Joby Miller third overall with a 10.715. On the racetrack now, it's the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints for their hot lap sessions. 19 total entries for the Junior Sprints tonight. Off turn 4, Braylon Morris will lead the first session to the green from Easton, Pennsylvania. One car high off turn 4, sideways, able to gather it up. It's the number 36 of Wheelan Schurenberg from Pittsburgh, Indiana. Braylon Moore is still on the top of the charts. Dalton Clary will find his way to the top spot in his number 1 tee. It'll go to a 12.601. And the checkered flag will fly for session 1 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint. 7 total in Group 1 out of the 19 total entries. Braylon Morris managed to go to the top of the charts on the final lap, 10.547. Dalton Clary second for now, 12.587. Riker Sumner third with a 12.664. Session 2 for the junior sprints out on the racetrack. Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri is going to be the first car to take the green flag, the number 5B. He works his way down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4. Evan Boyd's lap 1, good enough to go for second, a 12.573. Evan Boyd improves again on lap 2. Isn't enough to go to the top of the charts, but is creeping ever so closer to Braylon Morris this time. Xander LaRose, the only other driver inside the top 5 out of this session so far. Checkered flag for Evan Boyd, and he will go to the top of the charts on his final lap. It'll be a 12.47 for Evan Boyd. Xander LaRose able to improve and go up to 4th on his final lap as well, 12.592 for him. One more session for the junior sprints before their hot lap session is complete for tonight. Oh, there you go. Third and final group of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints making their way on the racetrack for the final hot lap session for this class. Going off to turn 1, we can find the 25P of Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri. Off turn 2, the 25B of Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois. As field will work their way around to the green flag. The third car in line in that 3-car pack coming to the green flag off turn 4 and having issues getting up to speed. It's Waylon Vogel and the number 14V from Buffalo, Illinois. And the caution will be brought out before anyone can get a lap in, as Vogel's car comes to a stop underneath the flag stand. Back off turn 4, green flag will come back in the air for the final junior sprints on the racetrack. Case Barnard, the fastest in this session from lap 1, goes to 8th overall. 12.797. Cruz Parson going to knock Barnard off for that 8th spot. 12.765 now, so they can work their way back to the checkered flag. And it looks like Barnard's going to win that battle. It goes for 8th overall with a 12.76. Evan Boyd, the fastest in the junior sprints at hot laps, with 12.47. Braylon Morris second, 12.547. Dalton Clary third, a 12.587. Up next is going to be the Topless B mod. 15 entries for the Topless B mods tonight. Missouri's number 25 going to lead the Topless B mods out onto the racetrack. Also on the racetrack, entering turn 3, the number 51 of Clayton Stanfield from Park Hills, Missouri. Behind him in turns 3 and 4, it's the other Stanfield, Bradley Stanfield, also from Park Hills, Missouri. Green flag is out for the hot lap session for the Topless B mods. They're going to work their way over through turns 1 and 2. Trouble in turn 2. One car spins. Another one has to lock up the brakes. Mason Lynch, the one locking up the brakes, and the number 54C from Charleston, Illinois. The driver who spun, J.D. Evans, the number 59 from Mattoon, Illinois. No laps officially complete for any Topless B mod driver before the caution came out. Entering turn 1, we can find the number 13 is Zach Whaley from Hillsboro, Missouri. Exit of turn 2, the final car on the track that I haven't mentioned yet, the number 66 of Casey Schrock from Ashmore, Illinois. Green flag is out once again for the Topless B mods and hot laps. Off turn 4, we have one car way up the racetrack, able to keep it off the wall, Clayton Stanfield. White flag in the air this time for the Topless B mods in their hot lap session. Zach Whaley, the first one to throw it out of time at 12.1. He's going to spin in turn 2 as a result, trying to get it all gathered up. Everybody else coming across the line for the first time. Mason Lynch will go to the top of the charts, 11.761. One car tearing down the fence in turns 3 and 4, and this will have to be a red flag. That was Mason Lynch getting up into the outside wall in turns 3 and 4. Had just set the fastest lap of the session. The sponsors for this B modified class this weekend include Extreme Fabrication, Fuca Tree Service, The Bike Shop, Wade Olmsted, and
Attention in the stands, attention in the stands. We have found a pair of iPods in the parking lot that has been brought up to the tower up here. If these are yours, please come up, identify them, and claim them. Thank you. Attention in the stands. Attention in the stands. We have now. Attention in the stands. Attention in the stands. There has been an iPhone found in the parking lot and has been turned into us up here in the tower. If you are missing your phone, please come up and identify it. Attention, attention. There has been an iPhone found in the parking lot. If you are missing your phone, please come up to the tower and claim. There was also a pair of AirPods found in the parking lot. If these are yours, please come up and claim. Thank you.
You know, well, I'm a chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, homemade wine, where the peaches grow. In my house, it's not much to talk about, but it's filled with love that's grown in southern ground, and a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. It's funny how it's the little things in life that mean the most. Not where you live, what you drive, or the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on a piece of mind, this I've come to know. So if you agree, have a drink with me, raise your glasses for a toast to a little bit of chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. Thank God for my life, for the stars and stripes, made freedom forever fly. Let it ring, salute the ones who died, the ones that give their lives, so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love, like our chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a fresh precious child, and no mother's love gets a little chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and no mother's love. Travel on, there's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore, where the brave are free and lovers soar. Come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't hesitate to break down the garden gate. There's not much time left today. Life is a highway, I wanna ride it all night long. If you're going my way, well, I wanna drive it all night long.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Ty Horn, could you come to the announcer's tower, please? Ty Horn to the announcer's tower, please.
Talk like I'm cool. I'm not sure if it's more for me or for you. I'm wearing all black in middle of June. I got my jeans rolled up just to show off my boots. Well, I'm dressed for success. I'm going for gold. But I'd rather strike out on 3 straight pitches and have regrets when I get old. Well, you can wait to feel like someone, show the world the stars.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Drivers meeting at the turn 4 tower. Drivers meeting at the turn 4 tower. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Drivers meeting at the turn 4 tower. Drivers meeting at the turn 4 tower.
ready to go. I'm ready to go just when you're ready to go, so. Yep.
All right, race fans, so it looks like fence repair is complete here at Coles County Speedway. And with that, we're going to be headed back to racing in just a moment. We're going to have a little bit of a schedule update here. The modifieds will be moving to the tail end of the night. So we're going to bring up the restricteds for the hot laps, then opening ceremonies, then followed by the heat racing with the Outlaws and the juniors, followed by the Outlaw C main, then the restrictor heats, the Outlaw B main, junior feature, restricted feature, Outlaw feature, and then we will go to the modified hot laps, single car qualifying, their heat races, and of course their features at the tail end of the night. Mason Vincent working off turn 2, and the number 2V from Springfield, Illinois, going to lead the Restrictors out onto the racetrack for their hot lap sessions tonight. 20 total entries, going to give them a few sessions to get them all in. In turn 2, we can find the number 14 via Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois. In the middle of the backstretch, Braylon Morris from Easton, Pennsylvania. His number 64, working his way over to turn 3. Another car on the racetrack in the entry to turn 3, the 31K McKenna Corinne from Indianapolis, Indiana. We going to the green flag next time around for the restricted non-wing micros. Mason Vincent down to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Vogel up to the high side in 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air for the restricted micros. Caution will come out. This sounded like someone had an issue bringing out that caution. Green flag is going to come back in the air. Trouble again in turn 4. This time it's Colton Vogel going up over the berm, striking the cone. Able to get the car back on the racetrack. We stay green. Mason Vincent currently top of the charts at 11.463. White flag this time. Colton Vogel way up the hill in turn 4. Checkered flag is in the air for Group 1 of the restricted micros. Braylon Morris goes to the top of the charts in his final lap at 11.421. Knocked off Mason Vincent, who will be second overall with an 11.461. Dalton Clary third for now with an 11.5. Six of the 20 total entries taking a lap time out of that group. Forrest Holder from Maryland Heights, Missouri, is number 29. Will lead the field off into turn 1 for Group 2. Passing him on the outside, the number 18 of Brexton Bush from Mooresville, North Carolina. The entry to turn number 3, the number 81 of Braxton Flatt from Monmouth, Illinois. Over in the entry to turn 1, the 88A of A.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for Group 2. Control car going to be the number 18 of Bright 299, almost 2/10 faster. Third and final group for the restricted micros on the racetrack. R.J. Smith, the 11S from Springfield, Illinois, leads them on. Middle of the backstretch, the number 71, Tate Gurney from Brownsburg, Indiana. On the entry to turn number 3, the number 24B of Colt Bailey from Concord, North Carolina. Off turn 4, the number 14, and Niles Tudor from Harrisburg, Illinois. Green flag coming on out this time for the final group of the restricted micros. Last car on the racetrack, I didn't mention the 5B, Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. He's working his way through turns 3 and 4. First time laps coming in for the third and final group of drivers in the restricted class. Nobody inside the top 10 just yet. Trouble, turn 2. Caution will come out. Colt Bailey with the spin in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Just before that caution came out, looks like Tate Gurney went to 4th overall. 11.38. Tate Gurney, the control car this time. Green flag back in the air for the third and final session of the restricted micro hot laps. Niles Tudor off 4, goes to the high side in turns 3 and 4. We got a spin again in turns 3 and 4. Colt Bailey once again goes for a spin in the middle of the corner, and the caution was waved once more. Green flag going to be coming back around through turns 3 and 4. Tate Gurney control. Back off into turn 1. We'll see if Tate Gurney can break his way inside the top 3 in this session. Side by side little battle there through turns 1 and 2. They kept it all clean. White flag this time for Tate Gurney. Passed by the timing line. No improvement for him. Caution will come out, and with that, the session will end, it looks like. The number 24 spins for the third time in this session. Kevin, go ahead.
All right, folks, it's time for opening ceremonies. Before we get started, I just want to say at Coles County Speedway, very pleased to acknowledge the Jeff Horn family sitting here south of the tower. If you guys give us a big wave, please. Thank you for coming. We love having you here. We all miss Jeff. We know he's looking down and smiling, and very proud of you guys. Thank you. Tonight's invocation will be presented by Elder Ed Waggle of the Zoar Primitive Baptist Church.
Let us pray. Amen. Father, we come to you thankful for this beautiful night that you've given us. We ask that you keep the weather away for this weekend, that we may have a very fun and exciting tonight, that everybody will be safe and be able to go home and say they enjoyed the evening. Lord, be with our leaders. Keep our country safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ed. Now, if you would please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you.
Six heat races for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros tonight, 10 laps apiece. On the pole for heat race number 1, it's going to be Michael Coker from Centralia, Illinois, his number 28. Cale Drake alongside him from Collinsville, Oklahoma in the 97K. Matt Veach from Macedonia, Illinois, number 57 Veach starting 3rd. Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois, the 88 starts 4th. Riding out the top 5, we can find Brecken Reese from Canyon, Texas in the 20Q. Cade Yeager from Kewaskum, Wisconsin in the UFO will be riding out in 6th. 7th, we can find Daniel Robinson from Bend, Illinois, in car number 10. J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois, alongside him in 8th in the 456. And starting in 9th to the final spot of the field, Eric Erdman from Coal Valley, Illinois, the number 31E. That's the starting lineup for heat race number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. One to green given and received by the drivers of heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Once again, Michael Coker and Cale Drake coming through the start cone over in turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out. Great jump there from the outside of Cale Drake. He's going to try to jump down in front of Coker. He does so immediately. To the lead is Drake off turn 2. Back into 3 and 4. Big stack up for about 3rd on back. Billy Lieb trying to work his way down low. Right behind on the back bumper of the number 28 of Michael Coker. Still, he's got Matt Veach on his inside. He's clear. And here comes a car charging on the outside. It looks to be the number 20 of Brecken Reese. Going to power around the outside of Billy Lieb. He's going to find himself in 3rd at the timing and scoring line. 8 laps to go here of heat race number 1. Cale Drake off 4. Will complete his 3rd lap of the race as Brecken Reese trying to go 3 wide in the middle. Billy Lieb had to give the space, and he does so. Billy Lieb now up to the high side, trying to work his way around Brecken Reese. High side seems to be a little bit better. Debris in turn 4, and another engine has failed in turn number 1. It's Breckenreese. Smoke pours out of the left side of the car. Some contact made with another car. Caution was going to come out. Eric Erdman had nowhere to go, made some contact with the right side of Breckenreese's car as he tried to bring it down to the infield. And the caution comes out at the end of lap number 4, 6 laps to go on heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Coming back to 1 to green this time for heat race number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Cale Drake going to restart on the point. Michael Coker behind him. Billy Lieb third. Fourth, Daniel Robinson. Fifth, Matt Veach. Cale Drake to the top side in turns 3 and 4. Back at the restart cone. Green flags back in the air. 6 laps to go. Relatively organized through turn 1 for the first time back under green. Billy Lieb already working his way on his outside of Michael Coker once again. Again, that outside lane has already seemed to roll in just a little bit already. Coker up on the berm. That's going to stack him and Daniel Robinson up. Billy Lieb is clear as he goes off into turn 3. For the second position, Cale Drake will lead another lap, just past the halfway point. 4 laps to go here on Heat Race 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Billy Lieb found something in trouble for Michael Coker in third. Car falls out of power, and he pulls it down into the infield. Big pack there for about third on back now. Daniel Robinson in third, Matt Veach fourth. Cade Yeager right there with him, along with Eric Erdman. They're all fighting it out for that third spot. 2 to go for Cale Drake at the timing and scoring line. Take a look at Billy Lieb starting to close in on him. Of course, too little, too late at this point in time, but Billy Lieb able to keep pace with Cale Drake here at the end of Heat Race 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Drake off 2 for the final time into turns 3 and 4. Cale Drake off turn 4 is going to win the first Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Billy Lieb, great run for him, 4th to 2nd in that heat race. Daniel Robinson, also a good run for him, started in 7th, ends up 3rd. Matt Veach 4th, Cade Yeager 5th. Eric Erdman 6th, J.R. Carter 7th. Michael Coker out of the race at the end of lap 6. Breckenreese with an engine failure at the end of lap 4.
All right, here's your starting lineup for heat race number 2. Starting first from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Fager. Starting second from Clinton, Illinois, number 37, Aiden Perdue. Starting third from Jasper, Indiana, number 22B, Reed Whitney. Starting fourth from Springfield, Illinois, number 55S, Darren Stark. Starting fifth from Butler, Pennsylvania, number 83H, Colin Hutchinson. Starting sixth from Riverdale, California, number 17B, Bryson Roush. Starting seventh from Peru, Indiana, number 96, Braden Black. Starting eighth from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 5, August Skinner. And starting ninth from Farmington, Missouri, number 16C, Sam Coleman. This is your Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
Devin Fager calls it a night after the end of his hot lap session. Unfortunately for him, that engine failure, not going to be able to find a new engine tonight. Aiden Perdue is going to line up on the inside of row 1. Reed Whitney going to line up on the outside of row 2 now, or the outside of row 1. Drivers receiving the 1 to green this time on the second Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Mentioned before, now the front row, Aiden Purdue, Reed Whitney. Row 2, Darren Stark, Cullen Hutchinson. Aiden Purdue, Reed Whitney to the the start cone over in turn number 4. Green flag's in the air. Great jump there for Aiden Purdue. He's able to get clear all the way up the racetrack by the time he gets off turn 4. He's going to be clear by several car lengths as he comes off turn 2 for the first time under green. And now Reed Whitney going to have Darren Stark down on the inside trying to take that second spot away, and he will be able to do so. Aiden Purdue a little bit too high in 3 and 4. Loses a ton of ground on the 2 behind him. Cullen Hutchinson is sitting in line back and forth, watching these two battle it out in front of him. Still side by side in line for that second spot. Reed Whitney on the outside, Darren Stark on the inside. Stark going to have a good run here through turns 3 and 4. Just about clear at the line. He's going to try to work his way up in front of Reed Whitney. Whitney now going to have Cullen Hutchinson down to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Whitney wanting to get down, but just isn't quite able to get the shot just yet. Giving it right on the left side of the number 83H of Cullen Hutchinson. Hutchinson finally is going to go through for third. Now Aiden Purdue in the lead. He's got Darren Stark hounding the back bumper already. Wanted to take that lead away in the latter half of this race. Halfway, 5 laps complete, 5 to go. Purdue will complete lap number 6 in the lead. 4/10 the gap, back to second to Darren Stark. Third still Cullen Hutchinson. Fourth Reed Whitney. Braden Black going to ride it out the top 5 for now. August Skinner 6th, 7th Brayson Roush, 8th Sam Coleman. The cars, all of them still on the racetrack with 2 laps to go at the flag stand, this time for Aiden Purdue. Darren Stark gets a couple good laps in a row. Starts to close in on that. Race leader Aiden Purdue. White flag this time. Purdue pulls that gap out just a little bit further. And it looks like that might be how it's going to ride as they come off turn 2 into 3 and 4 for the final time. Aiden Purdue with the lead down on the bottom of the racetrack. Checkered flag is out for Aiden Purdue on the second heat race for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Darren Stark across the line in third. Colton Hutchinson 4th. Reed Whitney 4th. Braden Black 5th. August Skinner 6th. Brayson Roush 7th. And Sam Coleman 8th.
And up next will be our Outlaw Non-Wing Heat Race number 3. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Leesport, Pennsylvania, number 4, Michael Linderman. Starting second from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4W, Wyatt Walters. Starting third from Warsaw, Indiana, number 4T, Parker Leak. Starting fourth from Arlington, Kentucky, number 116, Brian Grogan. Starting fifth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4R, Cameron Romack. Starting sixth from Rising Sun, Maryland, number 21S, Steven Snyder. Starting seventh from Peru, Indiana, number 2S, Andy Stanfield. Starting eighth from Edwardsville, Illinois, number 94, Jordan Clary. And starting ninth from Peru, Indiana, number 49, Russ Gamester. This is your Outlaw Non-Wing Heat Race number 3 at the Jeff Horn Memorial here at Coles County Speedway.
So unfortunately for Wyatt Walters, the engine troubles for him continue. And he is also scratched from this heat race, which will give us a new front row. Parker Leak will go to the outside of row number 1. One to green signal has been given to the drivers once again. Michael Linderman and Parker Leak the front row. for Heat Race 3 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros for a prelim night at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Linderman and Leak pass the start cone. Green flag is out. They're off into turn number 1 for the first time. Romack going to poke his nose down on the bottom through trying to sit at 3 wide low. They're 3 wide behind him further back. Side by side off turn 4. Lap number 1 will go to the pole sitter, Michael Landerman. Parker Leak, though, trying to find something on that outside lane. Just hasn't gotten the momentum just yet. Got to be a little bit of a slip up here for Linderman. That's going to allow Leak to the inside, and he's going to throw the move into turns 1 and 2. Romack will try to follow Leak through as well. Not going to work out for him, and Steven Snyder Jr. going to try to work his way around the outside of these two in front of him, running on the low line. Snyder will go past Romack on the high side, going to find a hole right in between Romack and Linderman, and they are going to go back single file. Snyder back up to the high side in 3 and 4. Gets alongside at the flag stand and is ahead of Michael Linderman. Now Parker Leak with 4 laps complete has Steven Snyder Jr., who started in 6th. Now going to start hounding and closing in. He's about 2/10 a lap faster than the race leader right now. Michael Linderman still running thirds. Got Cameron Romack all over his back bumper. Jordan Clary rounding out the top 5 for the moment. 4 laps to go, and Steven Snyder Jr.'s there. On the back bumper, Parker Leak going back into turns 3 and 4 this time. Jordan Clary on the inside of Romack on the entry to 3 as well. That's for the 4th spot. Back up in front, still Steven Snyder Jr. looking for an opportunity. Here it is, crossover move off turn 2. Going to be clear with the lead at the time he gets back into turns 3 and 4. He's going to complete the lap, which will give him the lead. Jordan Clary parked not in a good position, no caution, and yes, the caution will come out now as the field gets back to him. 2 laps to go for heat race number 3 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Steven Snyder Jr. just took the lead at the perfect time, and he will restart with the lead. Parker Leak in 2nd, Michael Linderman in 3rd. Cameron Romack 4th, Russ Gamester 5th, Andy Stanfield 6th, Brian Grogan, the last car in line in 7th. As Jordan Clary's number 94 will head up on the hook. Track crew picking up some debris found in turn 4 before we send heat race number 3 back underway with a green-white checkered finish. Caution lights out around the racetrack. Steven Snyder Jr. with control of this field with 2 laps to go and a green-white checkered finish. Going to go into turns 3 and 4. Goes about the middle of the racetrack. Waits on that restart cone. Green flag back in the air. Good jump there for Parker Leak in 2nd. And he'll have a good run. Had a good opportunity. Romack had a good opportunity for 3rd as well. He's going to lose 4th, though, as Russ Gamester got an amazing restart and is alongside Romack for the 4th spot. White flag in the air for Steven Snyder Jr. past the flag stand in the lead. Parker Leak right there on the back bumper. Snyder Jr. a little bit better off the exit of 2. And that's going to seal the race. Off turn 4. Checkered flags waving for Steven Snyder Jr. Parker Leak in 2nd. Great run there for Russ Gamester. Manages to time that restart perfectly. Ends up 3rd, just about beating Michael Linderman at the line. Cameron Romack 4th. Andy Stanfield 6th. Brian Grogan 7th. Jordan Clary out of the race at the end of lap 7.
And up next is our Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 4 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first, from Farmington, Missouri, number 88M, Max Crabtree. Starting second, from Levington, Illinois, number 12, Kay Ballinger. Starting third, from Charleston, Illinois, number 1X, Seth Buell. Starting fourth, from Farmington, Missouri, number 14B, Brody Bridgman. Starting fifth, from Kokomo, Indiana, number 22, Cole Kirkman. Starting sixth, from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 69T, Trey Erdman. Starting seventh, from Brodheadville, Pennsylvania, number 95B, James Rosselli. Starting eighth, from Kunkletown, Pennsylvania, number 28P, Gunner P.O. And starting ninth from Eddyville, Kentucky, number 29J, Brian Jones. Is your outlawed non-wing heat race number 4 here at Coles County Speedway.
One additional pace lap being added. They wanted to go 1 to green right as they came off the pit area. Weren't organized enough to get that 1 to green, and so they'll come back around and receive it this time. All 9 drivers on the racetrack for heat race number 4, the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the first time in this 10-lap heat race. Max Crabtree and Cade Ballinger, the front row, as they work their way towards the start cone in turns number 3 and 4. They're on the gas. Green flag is out. Good jump there for Seth Buell on the inside. Horrible jump there for Cade Ballinger. He's going to stack up the field behind him. Didn't lose any positions. Big stack up in the mid-pack. Seth Buell getting the worst of it. Drop it all the way back into 9th. Lap number 1 across the line. It's Max Crabtree. He's got himself about a 6/10 advantage over that battle for second. It looks like it's going to go as there's some more heavy contact as Brody Bridgman trying to make his way down the racetrack. Still more contact. He's going to get turned by Pio as they come off turn 4. I don't think that was intentional by Pio. Just wasn't enough room on the racetrack as the caution comes back out. Does look like, unfortunately, Brody Bridgman may be stuck on the berm. So track crew gonna have to go help Brody Bridgman get off the berm. Max Crabtree going to be lining up in first on this restart. Cole Kirkman right behind him after starting 5th. Great start for him. Good initial start for him. They'll have a shot trying to take this lead away from Max Crabtree on the restart. 3rd is Cade Ballinger. 4th, James Roselli. Top 5 rounding him out will be Trey Erdman. Gunner P.O. 6th. Brian Jones 7th. Seth Buell 8th. Brody Bridgman 9th. If he can get it off the berm. Flat left rear tire for Brody Bridgman. Into the infield, that car will go. We'll be coming back to the 1 to green this time, I believe, with 8 laps to go on heat race 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Mentioned before, Max Crabtree with control of this restart. Behind him, the number 22 of Cole Kirkman. Rounding out the top 3, Cade Ballinger. Into turn 3 on the gas is Max Crabtree. Great flag is back in the air here on heat race 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Cole Kirkman already to the high side in turns 1 and 2. Trying to find some momentum as Cade Ballinger is trying to get some help getting turned by James Roselli. Off that initial jump, Roselli will go by him for 3rd. Ballinger's car unstable as Kirkman slams the wall down the front stretch. Caution will come out. And during that mess, another car almost went upside down, managed to keep it on all 4 tires. And luckily, it's just a yellow flag, not a red flag. That was Gunnar Pio that almost went upside down in turn 1. And Cole Kirkman into the infield with some heavy right side damage. 7 laps to go on the 4th heat race for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Max Crabtree once again lining up on the point. James Rosselli lining up in second. Third, Cade Ballinger. Fourth is Trey Erdman, rounding out the top 5, Brian Jones. Back to the restart cone is Max Crabtree. Green flag is out for him. Good jump there for the car in fourth, able to find a way around the number 12, the Cade Ballinger, off that restart. That's Pio once again finding some momentum on the high side. Same thing from Roselli, trying the high side around Crabtree as they work their way back off turn 4 at the halfway point. 5 laps complete, 5 to go here on heat race 4. Roselli had those great turns 1 and 2, just is not able to find that momentum. Max Crabtree drives back ahead on the exit of turn 2. Going to try the same thing again here in turns 3 and 4. Crabtree wasn't able to slide up that time. It's a good run there from Roselli to keep it alongside. Just not as good in turns 1 and 2, the high side right now. Try it again in turns 3 and 4. Much more alongside this time. That's Max Crabtree, not going to be able to slide up as far as he wants to this time. Still side by side back into turns 3 and 4 for heat race number 4 lead. Off turn 4, Roselli not ahead of the line. Still Max Crabtree. Now Roselli, good run there off turn 2. Going to slide down just a little bit. Cuts the nose off Max Crabtree, stalls his momentum, and the white flag is out. Now for James Roselli, leading his first lap of the race. And take a look who's right there hunting him. It's Gunnar Pio as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4. Max Crabtree is going to throw it in, tries to get the bump off, but isn't able to do so. Checker flag waves for James Roselli. James Roselli, the heat race number 4 winner for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Max Crabtree second, Gunnar Pio third, Trey Erdman fourth, Brian Jones fifth, Cade Ballinger sixth, Seth Beal seventh, Cole Kirkman eighth at the end, exited the race at the end of lap 3. Brody Bridgman out of the race at the end of lap 1 in ninth.
And up next is heat race number 5 for our non-wing micros here at the Jeff Horn Memorial. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Princeton, Kentucky, number 85, Cale Goodwin. Starting second from Arlington, Kentucky, number 16, Zach Grogan. Starting third from Concord, North Carolina, number 7, Carter Beatty. Starting fourth from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 21, Sam Mortland. Starting fifth from Roanoke, Illinois, number 9L, Landon Beckwith. Starting sixth from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting seventh from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting eighth from Harristown, Illinois, number 8J, JJ Williams. And starting ninth from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, number 21K, Tommy Koonsman. This is your Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 5 here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
One to go signal had been given, but landed Beckwith with an issue. He pulled it into the infield. And track crew are going to go look at the 9L of Landon Beckwith, see what is wrong with his race car and if he can continue. Caution lights out around the racetrack once again. Landon Beckwith electing to start at the tail. Cale Goodwin, Zach Grogan, the control front row for Heat Race 5 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Green flags in the air. Good jump there for Cale Goodwin, able to slide up in front of Grogan as they took the green flag. He's going to try to do it again on the exit of turn 2. Wasn't as clear that time. Still side by side behind him. Going to be a big stack up here. They're almost 4 wide off turn number 4. They're going to sort it back down to at least 3 wide. Still 3 wide, 2 rows deep as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Field still 3 wide for about 5th now as they work back into turns 3 and 4. Still side by side. Nolan Bartley stuck in the middle 3. A little bit of contact made. Going up towards the outside wall. They'll finally sort it back down to 2 wide. Cale Goodwin leads the first 2 laps under green. Zach Gorgon up into second. Third will be Sam Morthland. Still side by side. Bartley trying to keep it in front of Carter Beatty. Bartley finding something on that high side. Nobody else was found so far. A couple drivers going up the hill. Zach Grogan finally found something here on Cale Goodwin. He goes to the high side. He's able to be alongside off turn 2, down into turns 3 and 4. A little bit high on entry this time. Some contact made further back. Going to upset a couple cars, but we're going to keep it green. Noah Bartley's trying to make his way back forward as well. He finds himself back in third. Picked off Sam Morthland. Off turn 4 that last time by. Everybody back down to the bottom up front. 3 wide off turn 4 in a space of about 2 cars. They somehow made it work. Coming to 3 to go this time on heat race number 5 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Sam Morthland to the outside of Nolan Bartley. Bartley wasn't expecting it. He's going to slide up a little bit here, trying to defend that 3rd position. Morthland going to throw it into turns 3 and 4. Contact made. They're getting the elbows out. And it will be Nolan Bartley holding on to 2nd for now. That battle is going to help Tommy Kunzman, who's going to jump on up to 3rd, or 4th, excuse me. He's going to try to start hounding on the back bumper of Nolan Bartley as they come back around to the white flag this time. Trouble in front of the field from 2nd. No caution. That was Zach Gorgon going for about a half spin in turns 3 and 4. And now the leader's going to stall. Cale Goodwin with an issue. He is able to get the engine refired, and he's still going to win the race. Cale Goodwin, the engine stalls on the final lap in the final corner, able to get the engine refired and takes the win in heat race number 5 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Tommy Kunzman going to finish in 2nd. Nolan Bartley 3rd. Sam Morthland 4th. J.J. Williams 5th, Mason Vincent 6th, Carter Beatty 7th, Zach Grogan 8th, Landon Beckwith 9th.
And up next is heat number 6 for Non-Wing Micros. This is our final heat race for the Non-Wing Micros this evening. And your starting lineup is, starting first, from Greensboro, North Carolina, number 15 in, Neil Allison. Starting second, from Charleston, Illinois, number 211, Danny Hayes. Starting third, from Millersville, Missouri, number 51B, Joe B. Miller. Starting fourth, from Dover, Pennsylvania, number 23, Alec Quiggle. Starting fifth, from Monticello, Illinois, number 97D, J.B. Gilbert. Starting sixth, from Palmetto, Florida, number 9, Brad Sutton. Starting seventh, from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 41, Andy Bishop. Starting eighth, from Frankfort, Indiana, number 29, S. Stone Sharp. And starting ninth, from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, number 21B, Mason Beinhauer. This is your Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 6 here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Neil Allison and Danny Hayes, the front row and the control row for heat race number 6 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Final heat race of the night is green. Allison goes way high in turns 3 and 4. He's going to lose only 1 position, but he's going to be stuck on the top of 3 wide going back into turns 3 and 4. He's going to try to pull a crossover move, trying to throw it at 3 wide middle. Elects to decide to be a little bit wiser than that. And it will be Danny Hayes leading the first lap. We'll see if he can continue as he's going to try to work his way down on the bottom of turns 3 and 4. He will lead lap number 2. Alec Quiggle isn't going to go away on that high side, though. Still, Allison way up the racetrack trying to find something. Somebody loose That's Joby Miller off of turn 2. Got a little bit too loose on the exit down on the bottom of the racetrack. That's going to throw out 2 cars by him. J.B. Gilbert now up to 3rd at the timing line with side-by-side with Neil Allison. And now Allison going to concede that position and fall back in line. J.B. Gilbert now 3rd, trying to find something on the 2nd place car of Alec Quiggle. Still, Danny Hayes leading the way with 4 laps complete. Off turn 4, J.B. Gilbert now alongside with Quiggle. Quiggle looks like he lifted down the front stretch, and it will allow J.B. Gilbert to go by for 2nd. Stone Sharp starting to come through the field as well. He's on the outside, trying to make something happen for 4th. He's going to get by Allison. Jumps back down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to throw the slider on Alec Quiggle. Quiggle going to pull the crossover move on him. They're trying to defend that 3rd spot at Stone side through turns 3 and 4. Sharp's going to be ahead for 3rd and clear by the time he gets back to turn 1. Danny Hayes now pulling away from J.B. Gilbert and the field behind him. Coming to 2 to go this time. Stone Sharp now on the outside of They come back around to the white flag. Gilbert will maybe have one more shot for 2nd, but it looks like it's going to be all Danny Hayes up in front as they work their way back down the backstretch for the final time into turns 3 and 4. Off turn 4, checkered flags waving for Danny Hayes on the 6th and final Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Stone Sharp across the line at 2nd, J.B. Gilbert 3rd, Joby Miller 4th, Neil Allison 5th, Alec Quiggle 6th, Mason Benhauer 7th, Brad Sutton 8th, Andy Bishop 9th.
And that concludes the heat races for the non-wing Outlaws. Up next is our high-caliber graphic junior sprints. We have a total of 19 entries, and we'll have heat races, 3 heats. And your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is, starting first, from Fillmore, Indiana, number 99K, Kylie Cox. Starting 2nd, from Park Hills, Missouri, number 6, Cruz Parson. Starting 3rd, from Easton, Pennsylvania, number 15, Braylon Morris. Starting 4th, from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. Starting 5th, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Riker Sumner. Starting 6th, from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Waylon Vogel. And starting 7th, from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. This is your high-caliber graphics junior sprints heat race number 1 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Caution lights out for heat race number 1 for the high caliber graphics junior sprints. Kylie Cox, Cruz Parson, the front rows. They work their way back through turns 3 and 4 to the start cone. Caution is going to be waved once again. Pace speed brought up a little bit too high for race control's liking. Caution lights remain off around the racetrack. Kylie Cox and Cruz Parson once again going to try it at the start cone in turn number 4. Green flag is out. Good jump there for Cruz Parson. Kylie Cox going to drop back into 4th, maybe even 5th before they get off turn 2. Up in front, Cruz Parsons going to have Evan Boyd work to the inside back into turns 3 and 4 of this 8-lap heat race. Boyd gets a little bit too high off turn 4, but he's still going to lead lap number 1. Evan Boyd's car just really tight. Braylon Morris has his car turning really well, be able to get underneath Cruz Parson in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Going to take that 2nd spot away and already has his eyes forward, wanting to take that lead away from Evan Boyd. As Boyd is hitting the bumps down there in turns 1 and 2, right down on the bottom of the racetrack, right by the berm. It's his car a little bit unstable. Everybody hitting the bump in turn 4. Still Braylon Morris all over the back bumper as Waylon Vogel slow on the front stretch trying to pick up the pace. We stay green for now. Evan Boyd going to lead past the halfway point. 4 laps complete, 4 to go. With Braylon Morris is not going away. Both those two front runners setting faster and faster laps every time they come back around. Cruz Parson loose in front of the number 20, Riker Sumner, trying to desperately hold on to that third position. Going to go for a wider entry. Now drives away from Riker Sumner. Xander LaRose in line behind Sumner for 4th. Still up in front, Evan Boyd looking for the white flag this time. Braylon Morris just kind of bided his time. Now we'll have to see if he has a move here as they come back to the white flag. Braylon Morris still in line in 2nd. Xander LaRose to the inside. Riker Sumner off turn 4 at the same time. He will try to take that position away as we go back into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Evan Boyd going defensive. He'll slide up a little bit too high. Side by side at the line. It goes to Braylon Morris. Braylon Morris by 0.06 of a second over Evan Boyd in heat race number 1 for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Cruz Parson 3rd. 4th, Riker Sumner. 5th, Xander LaRose. Kylie Cox in 6th. Waylon Vogel out of the race at the end of lap 3.
Up next, High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Concord, North Carolina, number 5, Reed Bailey. Starting second from Mahomet, Illinois, number 57, Nolan Leone. Starting third from Concord, North Carolina, number 1B, Landon Bailey. Starting fourth from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Barnard. Starting fifth from Marine, Illinois, number 1T, Dalton Clary. And starting sixth from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 28K, McKenna Corinne. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Race, Heat Race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Reed Bailey, Nolan Leone, the front row for heat race number 2 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints, coming towards the start cone at turn number 4. Green lights on, and the drivers are on the gas, going towards turn 1. They're already 3 wide for the lead. Some contact being made around the outside. Will go McKenna Corinne to the lead. That car has some significantly more pace than the other cars in the field as faster cars trying to cut their way through. Dalton Clary, who started at the tail of the field, already up into third. Going to pick off Case Barnard through turns 1 and 2 this time. McKenna Corinne, almost a 1 second advantage at the end of lap number 1. And the field will get single file as Dalton Clary able to clear the number 25B of Case Barnard. And into the infield will go Landon Bailey, or at least attempting to get down to the infield. Car does not seem like it's under power. And Bailey will be able to get down to the infield. Trouble for McKenna Corinne. The car stalls as well down the front stretch. That's going to hand the lead over to the 1T of Dalton Clary. Case Barnard gets a little bit too deep into turn 1. Nolan Leone is going to go by for second. Barnard now going to have to try to find his way back around Nolan Leone. Leone gets loose. Contact made as Leone almost goes upside down. And the caution will come out. 4 laps complete. 4 to go on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2. Caution lights out around the racetrack. 4 laps complete, 4 to go on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race 2. Dalton Clary going to lead us back to green. Nolan Leone second. Case Barnard back in fourth. That puts Reed Bailey up into third. Back at the restart cone. Green flags back in the air on Heat Race number 2 for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Barnard got a good run there on Reed Bailey at the drop of the green flag. And Barnard will go through by the time they come off turn 2. 3 to go for Dalton Cleary out in front. Nolan Leone falls 1.5 seconds back already as Case Barnard trying to close in and going to attempt to take that second spot away. 2 laps to go now for Dalton Cleary off turn number 4. That lead increasing now out to 1.8 seconds. Barnard gets tight right in the middle of the corner, snapped loose. And the white flag will come out. This time, Barnard sideways again in turns 3 and 4. Doesn't lose a position. As they work their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, Dalton Clary is going to collect the checkered flag on the second High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race. Nolan Leone across the line in second. Case Barnard continuing to snap loose in the middle of the corner is going to finish in third. Reed Bailey fourth. McKenna Crin out of the race at the end of lap 3. Landon Bailey out of the race at the end of lap 1 and 6th.
And up next will be our final heat race for the junior sprints. And here's your starting lineup for heat race number 3. Starting first from Pittsboro, Indiana, number 36, Wheelan Schoenberg. Starting second from Hillsboro, Ohio, number 99, Emerson Fenton. Starting third from Riverdale, California, number 17H, Huxton Roush. Starting fourth from Fort Madison, Iowa, number 17, Garrett Moorfield. Starting fifth from Des Lodge, Missouri, number 25P, Presley Hall. And starting sixth from White Pigeon, Michigan, number 14M, Ryder Morris. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 3 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Missing one more car, so green flag being delayed by at least 1 lap for the third heat race of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Emerson Fenton not making it out onto the racetrack here for heat race number 3 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Wheelan Schuenberg and Huxton Roush now the front row as they pass by the start cone, and no green on this start attempt. Caution will come back out. They're going to restack them and try it again. Schurenberg past the start cone, and green flags in the air here for heat race number 3 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. One driver trying to send it down low. Garrett Moorfield trying to take that lead away. He tried to throw it 3 wide. Ended up only able to pick off one of them. Schurenberg going to drop back into 3rd. And lap number 1 will go to Huxon Roush. Still single file further on back. Wheeling Schurenberg gets a little bit loose on the exit of 2. Loses some time to Garrett Moorfield out in front of him now. Going to slide up the racetrack. That's going to allow Ryder Morris to have a shot to maybe take this 3rd spot away. Still riding back there in 5th, Presley Hall. Watching this battle out in front of her. In the meantime, running away with it, Huxon Roush off turn 4. His lead over 1.3 seconds over 2nd place, Garrett Moorfield. Still wheeling Schurenberg back there in 3rd. Ryder Morris looking for an opportunity. Now Schurenberg gets loose off turn 4. Tries not to spin in front of Presley Hall. Just about able to save it. He'll lose only 1 position to Ryder Morris, as Morris will go up to 3rd. All looking for an opportunity. And yeah, the car breaks loose once again for Schurenberg. Trying to keep it going in the right direction. Now Presley Hall is going to snap loose into the outside wall. Will go Hall. No caution is out. 2 laps to go for race leader Huxon Roush. Back through turns 3 and 4. Coming to the white flag this time is Roush. Nearly a 2-second advantage for Roush over Moorfield as they come back off turn number 4 for the 2 to go mark for them. Oh, come to the checker flag right here is the number 17 inch Huxon Roush. Huxon Roush will win heat race number 3 for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Garrett Moorfield 2nd, Ryder Morris 3rd. Wheeling Schurenberg 4th, Presley Hall 5th out of the race at the end of lap 5. Emerson Fitton did not make the start.
Coming up next will be our non-wing Outlaw C feature. There'll be 8 cars starting this race. The top 4 will advance. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 41, Andy Bishop. Starting second from Roanoke, Illinois, number 9L, Landon Beckwith. Starting third from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Fager. Starting fourth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4W, Wyatt Walters. Starting fifth from Kokomo, Indiana, number 22, Cole Kirkman. Starting sixth, 28, Michael Coker. Starting seventh from Canyon, Texas, number 20Q, Brecken Reese. And starting eighth from Farmington, Missouri, number 14B, Brody Bridgman. This is your Outlaw Non-Wing C feature, top 4 advance. Here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
This year's Jeff Horn Memorial would not be possible without the sponsors for the Jeff Horn Memorial, which include Horn Transport, Horn Family Farms, Drake Excavating and Construction, Schrader Farms, Schrader Demolition and Excavating, Myers-Koff Automotive, McAwee Farms, Swango Electric, Austin Swango Farms, Childress Brothers Farms and Trucking, First Class Wrecker Service, Bill Drake, and Drake Custom Homes. Thank you to these sponsors for making the 2025 Jeff Horn Memorial possible. All right, so a little bit of a schedule update once again. We are going to go Restrictor heat racing now. Then after that, the C features for the non-wing micros, followed by the Junior Sprint A main, and then the Outlaw Non-Wing B feature before intermission.
All right, so we'll have 3 heat races for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Heat race number 1 starting lineup is, starting first from Maryland Heights, Missouri, number 29, Forrest Holder. Starting second from Riverton, Illinois, number 21C, Carson Eskew. Starting third from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 12K, Kylie Bates. Starting fourth from Springfield.
Caution lights out around the racetrack for the first Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro heat race. All 7 make it out onto the racetrack. Forrest Holder, Carson Eskew, once again the front row. Kylie Bates, RJ Smith, row number 2. At the start cone, green flag is out. Good jump there for Forrest Holder. Even better jump there for Carson Eskew on the outside lane. Going to try to go around the outside for the race lead. Off turn 2, Forrest Holder going to drive back ahead. McKenna Crin dropping back in line. As Brexton Bush goes to the high side in turns 3 and 4, trying to find some momentum around Kylie Bates and RJ Smith. He's going to try to go 3 wide up top. Gets a little bit too high. Comes back down. Almost makes some contact there with the number 5 E of Eli Holden. Up in front still Forrest Holder leading the way, but Carson Eskew isn't going anywhere just yet. RJ Smith right there in line as well. Eli Holden now on the outside is going to go around the 12K of Kylie Bates for 4th. And Eli Holden now firing it around the outside, trying to get ever so closer to RJ Smith. Getting a little bit too high there in turn number 1, but able to find some momentum. Has a good run down the backstretch, looking for a 3rd on the high side off turn number 4. Still Forrest Holder leading the way, and they're 3 wide for 2nd off turn number 4. Forrest Holder up top. Carson Eskew was in the middle. RJ Smith was down low. And now Forrest Holder is going to have a hard charging Eli Holden all over the back bumper looking for the race lead. 3 laps to go here on heat race number 1 for the Restricted Micros. Forrest Holder slides too far, and through to the lead goes Eli Holden from last to first with 2 laps remaining as they come back around. And 1 car almost into the outside wall. That was Carson Eskew. Able to gather it up, cuts back down, and cuts off the nose of McKenna Crin, who had nowhere to go. Contact was made, and the caution is going to come out. A green-white checkered when they come back to green. Eli Holden shown as the leader. Forrest Holder shown in 2nd. RJ Smith 3rd. Braxton Bush 4th. Carson Eskew 5th. Kylie Bates restarting 7th. Kylie Bates restarting 6th. McKenna Crin 7th. Caution lights out around the racetrack for heat race number 1 of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Eli Holden, who's gone from last to first, restarting on the point with 2 laps to go on a green-white checkered finish. Green flag's back in the air. Brexton Bush got a good jump there on RJ Smith. RJ Smith got a little bit too high there as he took the green flag. Brexton Bush on the inside is going to take away that 3rd spot down the backstretch as they work back to the white flag off turn number 4. Eli Holden, Forrest Holder, Brexton Bush, the top 3 at the line. Back off turn 2 for the final time. Eli Holden off turn 4 is going to come around to the checkered flag. Brexton Bush was able to pick off Forrest Holder off the exit of turn 2. He's going to finish in 2nd. Forrest Holder 3rd. RJ Smith 4th. As Forrest Holder is going to spin at the end of the race after the checkered flag. RJ Smith mentioned before was 4th. Carson Eskew 5th. Kylie Bates 6th. McKenna Crin 7th.
And up next is our Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 2. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Brownsburg, Indiana, number 71, Tate Gurney. Starting second from Concord, North Carolina, number 24B, Colt Bailey. Starting third from Medina, Ohio, number 40, Ty Schaefer. Starting fourth from Easton, Pennsylvania, number 64, Braylon Morris. Starting fifth from Marine, Illinois, number 20. Starting sixth from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 14, Niles Tudor. And starting seventh from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. This is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway at the Jeff Horn Memorial.
One green signal being given to the second heat race of the Restricted Micros, Colt Bay. That'll make us a new front row of Tate Gurney and Ty Schaefer. Eight laps of distance here for heat race number 2 of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros on prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Tate Gurney back on the gas, and green flag is out for heat race number 2 of the Restricted Micros. They're going to be single file throughout the top 3 by the time they got to turn 1. But a little bit too high goes Ty Schaefer, and that allows the 64, Braylon Morris, to throw it down there and take away that second spot. They're 3 wide out behind them for 4th. Dalton Cleary going to be ahead of the line. Mason Vincent trying to find something work down there on the bottom. Might have a shot to take it away from Dalton Cleary, that 4th position. Ty Schaefer, right, trying not to get stuck in the middle, 3 wide. That's up in front. Tate Gurney continuing to pull away from this heat race field. Braylon Morris back in second, falling back. 1.1 the advantage for Tate Gurney that last time around. Now it's out to 1.5 seconds. Mason Vincent now running 3rd. Ty Schaefer 4th. Noah Bartley now up inside the top 5. Underneath, Mason Vincent will go on Braylon Morris. Going to take away that second position at the halfway point. 4 laps complete, 4 to go here on heat race number 2 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Tate Gurney back at the flag stand, looking to extend that lead now over second place Mason Vincent. Vincent closes in about a 10th that last lap. Still, it's a 1.8 second advantage. Ty Schaefer trying to work underneath Niles Tudor going into turns 3 and 4. Tudor going to hold on to that 4th spot this time around. Dalton Cleary still trying out that high side. Isn't just not happening for his restrictor car tonight. A white flag in the air for Tate Gurney here on heat race number 2 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flags waving for Tate Gurney, the winner of heat race number 2 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Mason Vincent across the line in second. 3rd will be Braylon Morris. 4th, Niles Tudor. 5th, Dalton Cleary. And 5th will be Ty Schaefer.
Up next will be our final heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Riverdale, California, number 17M, McKenzie Rouse. Starting second from Benton, Illinois, number 99G, Jenton Shelton. Starting third from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. Starting fourth from Harristown, Illinois, number 88A, A.J. Williams. Starting fifth from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. And starting sixth from Monmouth, Illinois, number 81, Braxton Flatt. This is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros here at Coles County Speedway at the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Caution lights out around the racetrack once again for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Heat race number 3. It's the final one. Max and Roush, Gentry Shelton, the front row for the final restricted micro heat race of the night. Green flag is out. Good jump there for Max and Roush. Off into turn 1 with the lead. But another car going to follow him through. It looks like that's Evan Boyd. Going to jump up to second. And the caution flag will come out with Colton Vogel. Has a spin in turns 1 and 2 with no laps complete. We'll go back for a complete race restart.
It doesn't matter when I'm down there, what they're going to. Online.
Once again, attempt number 2 of the start. Maxon Roush, Gentry Shelton, the front row past the start cone. Green flag is out on the third and final heat race for the restricted micros. And we got trouble again. Another car got loose. No caution this time as Colton Vogel has to drive through the infield. Lap number 1 for this heat race is going to go to Maxon Roush. A.J. Williams up to second. Down on the bottom, Evan Boyd was trying to find something where Braxton Flat, after starting 6, finds his way up to third by the time they're going to come around to complete lap number 2. He's working to the inside of A.J. Williams, it looks like, as they work their way back off into turns 1 and 2. Maxon Roush. Maxon Roush with control of the field with 4 laps to go. The third heat race of the dirty right rear restricted micros. Green flags back in the air. Good jump there for A.J. Williams. We'll see if he can do something here on the high side. Everybody goes to the top side in turns 1 and 2. Coming back around to complete the first lap under green. Braxton Flat a little bit too high, and there'll be another spin behind him. Gentry Shelton goes for the spin. I believe 1 lap will be clicked off as the caution comes out. No, going to roll it back 1 lap. So it's going to be the same restart order we just had. Maxon Roush, A.J. Williams, Braxton Flat, Evan Boyd. Then it'll be Colton Vogel, Gentry Shelton in the field. Caution lights out around the racetrack once again. Maxon Roush with control of heat race number 3 for the dirty right rear restricted micro. Still half this race left to go. 4 laps complete, 4 to go. Green flags back in the air for Roush and the rest of the field. Flat will go to the bottom off the restart this time. Doesn't find anything on A.J. Williams. He's going to keep it on the bottom in 3 and 4. Not going to go too high this time after experimenting with that high side line. He's keeping it right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Trouble for Evan Boyd. He's going to spin again. He's going to keep it rolling, though. No caution. Now it looks like the car will stall. He's desperately trying to get it down to the infield. Caution is going to have to come out as they will complete 2 laps before the caution came out. Maxon Roush once again with control on a green-white checkered restart this time. A.J. Williams will be second. Braxton Flat third. Colton Vogel fourth. Gentry Shelton the top 5. So Evan Boyd, after spinning twice, into the infield. Again, green-white checkered finish right here for heat race number 3 of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Max and Rouse, A.J. Williams, Braxton Flat, the top 3. Colton Vogel, Henry Shilton lining up behind them, 4th and 5th respectively. Max and Roush back up on the high side, diving past the restart cone. Green flag's back in the air. A.J. Williams going to see what he can do on this restart. Flat back down to the bottom as they work their way off turn 2. Still single file. Flat's going to throw it in. Isn't able to slide up in front of A.J. Williams. Got super close. White flag in the air this time for Max and Roush. Flat's going to pick off Williams for second. Side by side going back into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Flat stands on the brakes. And the checkered flag is going to wave for the number 17 M of Max and Roush. A.J. Williams, second, able to hold off Braxton Flat after parking it on the apex of turns 3 and 4. Colton Vogel, 4th. Henry Shelton, 5th. Evan Boyd out of the race at the end of lap 6.
And up next will be our non-wing Outlaw C feature, the top 2 advance. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first, from Dover, Pennsylvania, number 23, Alec Quiggle. Starting second, from Riverdale, California, number 17B, Bryson Roush. Starting third, from Arlington, Kentucky, number 116, Brian Grogan. Starting fourth, from Concord, North Carolina, number 7, Carter Beatty. Starting fifth, from Palmetto, Florida, number 9, Brad Sutton. Starting sixth, from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 41, Andy Bishop. Starting seventh, from Kokomo, Indiana, number 22, Cole Kirkman. Starting eighth, from Canyon, Texas, number 20, Q, Brecken Reese. And starting ninth, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Feger. This is your non-wing Outlaw C feature, top 2 advance here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Caution lights out around the racetrack for C feature number 1. Again, top 2 transfer on into the B feature after the junior sprint feature. Alec Quiggle and Bryson Roush going to be the 2 cars starting in as the green flag is going to fly on C main number 1. RDMS off the initial jump right there. Everybody's trying to fight for position as they come off turn 2 for the first time back under green. It's still the top 2, Alec Quiggle, Bryson Roush off turn 4. And they will lead their way towards the B main. Andy Bishop going to find his way single file for third as we're going to have a caution for a spin over in turn number 2. Brian Grogan, the car that goes around. Well, 1 lap marked off as complete, headed for a single file restart. One lap complete, 9 to go for C feature 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Alec Quiggle and Bryson Roush, the two cars on this restart who will be in the B main. They can finish in that top 2 spot. Andy Bishop looking to play spoils for that in third. Fourth, Brad Sutton. As they work their way back towards the restart cone in turn number 4. Green flag is out on C feature number 1, and we're back underway. 9 laps to go as it's going to be a good jump here for the 41. Andy Bishop has to back out of it as Bryson Roush started to work his way up the racetrack. Roush going to keep throwing those blocks down the front stretch. He's going to go to the high side. It turns 1 and 2. One car goes for a half spin, keeps it going in the right direction. We stay green. Andy Bishop up to second as they go back into turns 3 and 4. Bishop's ahead of the line and clear for that second spot. Still rolling that high side right up on the Coles Cush. As Brad Sutton going to try to work his way around Bryson Roush down on the bottom. Couple cars making contact over in the entry to turn 3. Everybody keeps it headed in the right direction. We stay green. Side by side for the lead now. Alec Quiggle going to concede the position to Andy Bishop, who's going to jump up to the lead. It goes a little bit too high in turns 3 and 4. Quiggle back up into the lead at the timing line. Andy Bishop still running seconds. Got Brad Sutton, Bryson Roush all over the back bumper at the halfway point. 5 laps complete. And it will be a little bit too far again of a sin for Andy Bishop. That's going to allow Brad Sutton to be alongside for the final transfer position. Everybody somehow keeping it clean and green and pointed in the right direction. Still, Alec Quiggle going to come to 3 laps to go this time. Andy Bishop still in second. Brad Sutton, Bryson Roush third and fourth. First 2 cars out of the race. 2 laps to go for Alec Quiggle. Andy Bishop's there looking for the lead as they work their way back through turns 1 and 2. Side by side off turn 2. Andy Bishop back to the point over Alec Quiggle. White flag in the air this time for the number 41, Andy Bishop. Off into turn 1, 1 car into the infield. Single file from first on back. Andy Bishop through the high side on turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Andy Bishop's going to win his way into the B feature. Alex Quiggle across the line in second. He'll join him as well. Brad Sutton, first car out in third. Bryson Roush fourth. Brecken Reese fifth. Carter Beatty sixth. Brian Grogan seventh. Both Cole Kirkman and Devin Fager did not make the start of C Feature 1. Lineup for C Feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. We'll have Cade Ballinger from Lovington, Illinois, the number 12 start on pole. Sam Coleman alongside him from Farmington, Missouri in the 16C. Seth Buell will line up third from Charleston, Illinois, the number 1X. Jordan Clary fourth from Edwardsboro, Illinois, the number 94. Zach Grogan will line up fifth from Arlington, Kentucky, the number 16. Landon Beckwith from Roanoke, Illinois, the number 9L starts sixth. Michael Coker from Centralia, Illinois, the number 28 starts seventh. Brody Bridgman in the 14B from Farmington, Missouri starts eighth. And Wyatt Walters, if you can make it out to the racetrack, scheduled to start ninth in the number 4W from Ashmore, Illinois. Again, top 2 transfer from this Outlaw Non-Wing Micro C main. Looks like, unfortunately, no Cade Ballinger for this C feature. Another 10-lap distance in this one for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. That'll promote Seth Buell to the outside of row number 1, alongside Sam Coleman. Those are the two cars who will start in the transfer position. Row 2 will be Jordan Clary, Zach Grogan, Landon Beckwith, Michael Coker. Row 3, Brody Bridgman all by himself in row number 4. Caution lights out around the racetrack as they work their way towards the start cone. In turn number 4, Sam Coleman, Seth Buell, the two cars who start in the transfer spots past the start cone, and green flag is waving. Coleman with a good jump there is going to try to keep a 3-wide battle right behind him in line. Jordan Clary going to try to work underneath Seth Buell as they go back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green. Seth Buell going to stay ahead and in that second spot for now. Buell's going to jump down to the bottom in turns 1 and 2. Cuts off that move from Jordan Clary, and Buell looks a little bit better on the bottom than the 16C of Sam Coleman. Buell's just going to have to sit in line for now. He's going to try to dive it into turns 1 and 2 now. He wants to take this lead away. He wants to put a car between himself and the final transfer spot of Jordan Clary. He's still rolling that high side. Grogan is as well in tow behind him. Same thing as Coker. Buell now easily alongside Sam Coleman. He gets up on the berm, though. Got to stand on the brakes not to spin his race car around. Seth Buell now going to lose the second spot to Jordan Clary on the high side. Clary's trying to find something up top around the number 16C of Sam Coleman. Seth Buell now watching these two battle it out. See where they're all going to go. I think Seth Buell may have an opportunity here. Just a little slip up from Jordan Clary can put Seth Buell back on the point. Now side by side for the lead, Sam Coleman and Jordan Clary as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. 4 laps to go here on C main number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Still side by side for the lead, Sam Coleman on the bottom, Jordan Clary up top. Clary rounding that high side off turn 4. He is not going to be ahead. He is ahead at the line by 1/100th of a second over Sam Coleman. 3 laps to go. Now the field's starting to get spread out. 7/10 back to the car in third. Seth Buell. One car way up the racetrack. Michael Coker able to keep the engine fired. Looks like he almost stalled there. Zach Grogan going to go around Seth Buell on the high side in turns 1 and 2. Clary still on the high side in 3 and 4 as he comes back around to the white flag. Sam Coleman in line behind him. Down on the bottom of the racetrack, Grogan might have one final shot if he can get a good run down the backstretch. Maybe a little bit too far back as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waves for Jordan Clary and Sam Coleman, who's going to advance on later through the night. Zach Grogan third, the first car out. Seth Buell fourth, Brody Bridgman fifth, Michael Coker sixth, Landon Beckwith seventh. Cade Ballinger, Wyatt Walters did not make the start. So that'll do it for the C features of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Up next, the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint A Main. On the pole, it's the number 1 tee of Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. Braylon Morris alongside him from Easton, Pennsylvania, the number 15. Third is Hexon Roush from Riverdale, California, in the 17H. Evan Boyd, fourth from Doe Road, Missouri, in the 5B. Garrett Moorfield lines up fifth from Fort Madison, Iowa, in the number 17. Ryder Morris, sixth from White Pigeon, Michigan, in the number 14M. Lone Leone in the 7th starting position in car number 57 from Muhammad, Illinois. And attention in the pits, junior sprints to staging, Case Barnard will line up 8th from Dawson, Illinois, in the 25B in the junior sprint feature. Cruz Parson 9th in the number 6 from Park Hills, Missouri. Riker Sumner from Terre Haute, Indiana, rounding out the top 10 in the number 20. Xander LaRose 11th from Festus, Missouri, in the 1Z. Lining up 12th, it's McKenna Corinne from Indianapolis, Indiana, in the 28K. Reed Bailey 13th from Concord, North Carolina, in the number 5. Whelan Schurenberg in the number 36 from Pittsboro, Indiana, starting 14th with the 25P starting 15th. That's Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri. Landon Bailey from Concord, North Carolina, in the 1B will line up 16th. Kylie Cox from Fillmore, Indiana, the 99K starts 17th. Waylon Vogel, 18th, and the number 14V from Buffalo, Illinois. And Emerson Fenton from Hillsboro, Ohio, the number 99 starting in 19th. the final starting position for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature on prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The B mains lineups are official for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, and you guys need to be in staging as you'll be after the Junior Sprint feature. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for the Junior Sprint feature. Last call for the Junior Sprint feature. And Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, you need to make your way down to staging. Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, be making your way down to staging. And the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature on the racetrack for prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. 15 laps of distance for the junior sprints tonight. One, two, green. This time by for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Dalton Cleary, Braylon Morris, the front row and control of the junior sprint feature field tonight at Coles County Speedway for the prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn one. Great jump there for the outside front row. Side by side through turns 1 and 2 goes the first 2 rows, and Braylon Moore is going to find some high side momentum as Nolan Leone's car stalls, makes some contact with Riker Sumner, and the caution will come out as more cars get involved. Leone was trying to split the needle to get down in the infield. Misjudged it just a little bit, it looked like, and clipped Riker Sumner. And Kylie Cox also involved in that. Leone going to be pushed further into the infield, calling his night quits before lap 1 can get completed. Still all 15 laps to go, none complete for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Race control telling these drivers to get lined up. A couple of them seem to be struggling to find their way out into their starting order. Coming to 1 to green this time for starter tip number 2 for the junior sprints on prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Same front row we just had, Dalton Clary, Braylon Morris. Dalton Cleary, Braylon Morris for tip number 2 of the start of the junior sprint feature on prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Green flag is out. Evan Boyd trying to make something work down there off the initial start. Ended up making some contact with Braylon Morris, and Morris is going to keep that second spot. And lap number 1 will go to the 1T and Dalton Cleary as the field's trying to get it sorted back down to single file. Side by side off turn 2 in the mid back. And they're almost going to be side-by-side off turn 4 for third. Evan Boyd has Garrett Moorfield all over the back bumper, wanted to take that third spot away as Braylon Morris got a little bit too close to Dalton Clary, looked like, and got loose. Still single file for about the top 5. Then side-by-side Riker Sumner and Cruz Parson. Or excuse me, Ryder Morris, the white car, the 14M. Still out in front, the 1T of Dalton Clary. Now pulling away from Braylon Morris in second. Case Barnard's going to spin in turn 2. Got a little bit of help getting pointed back in the right direction from Ryder Morris, and no caution is needed. Dalton Clary half a second advantage over Braylon Morris as they go back into turns 3 and 4. Evan Boyd running thirds. Got the number 17 of Garrett Moorfield to the inside, looking for that third position back off into turns 1 and 2. Boyd trying to shut the door, going off into 1. Moorfield keeps it alongside, keeps the elbows out, and is going to go through for third as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Evan Boyd trying everything he can, and that's going to allow Cruz Parson to the inside, trying to take that fourth position away now from Evan Boyd. And he will be able to do so. Dalton Clary, Braylon Morris already clearing the lap traffic. Trouble in turn number 4. Multiple cars having an issue. The number 15 of Braylon Morris going through the infield off turn 4. Another car collecting the outside wall. Xander LaRose into the infield. Still the 1T of Dalton Clary leading the way. Garrett Moorfield right there with him. Something amiss with Dalton Clary's car, perhaps. That car about half a second off the pace now, but is able to get it back up to speed. Oh, snapped loose for Evan Boyd. He's able to save it, but lost some ground to the front two out in front. Moorfield now just got to settle in line with 5 laps to go. Behind Dalton Clary, still the top 5 mostly under a blanket. As they work through lap traffic. Still Clary got loose, got a little bit of help from Moorfield. Middle of the corner. Moorfield settles back in line, going to lay the bumper to the 1T of Dalton Clary. That's going to allow Evan Boyd, Cruz Parson, Braylon Morris to get back in this fight. Top 5 now under a blanket with 3 laps to go. Some more contact made. Evan Boyd gets sideways with a little bit of help from Braylon Morris. And Morris is going to also tag the number 5 B of Evan Boyd. Boyd's car stalls in turn number 3. Turns 3 and 4, the caution is going to have to come out for him. As he gets it refired, he's going to be at the tail end of the field. Multiple cars now 1 lap down. With 3 laps to go, the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature on prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Dalton Clary will lead us back to green. Garrett Moorfield in second. Third, Braylon Morris. Fourth will be Cruz Parson. Rounding out the top 5, Riker Sumner. Ryder Morris in 6th. As Field's trying to get it sorted out. Caution light down around the racetrack. 3 laps to go for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Dalton Clary, Garrett Moorfield, and Cruz Parsons, the top 3, as they work their way back to the green flag off turn 4. Clary got a little bit of a push. And Moorfield alongside looking for the lead as they work their way off turn 2. Garrett Moorfield now to the point. Dalton Clary is going to dive it in on the bottom of turns 3 and 4. Moorfield slides up a little bit too far. The caution will come back out. Couple cars tangled over in the entry at turn number 1. Still 3 laps to go for the Junior Sprint feature. Cars involved in that incident include Whelan Schurenberg and Reed Bailey. Coming back to green with 3 laps to go. Dalton Clary going to be in the lead on the restart. Garrett Moorfield second, Cruz Parson third, Braylon Morris fourth, Riker Sumner fifth. That's the top 5. As we come back to the 1 to green signal. And the caution lights turn off around the racetrack once again. Caution will get waved off once again as Schurenberg's car comes to a halt in the front stretch towards turn 1. Caution lights out once again for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. 3 laps to go. Green flag is out. Much better start this time for Dalton Clary. Didn't have any help from the front bumper of Garrett Moorfield. Caution's going to come back out again. So looked like a couple cars got out of shape, and the number 36 comes to a stop once again. Wheelan Schurenberg. Caution lights out once again. 3 laps to go on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Dalton Clary, Garrett Moorfield, Cruz Parson, the top 3 on this restart once again. Green flag is out. Good jump again for Dalton Clary. He's going to get the number 15 of Braylon Morris, who was restarted third alongside for second. Side by side now for the lead. Great jump there for Braylon Morris out on top now. Clary's going to throw back into turns 3 and 4. No contact made between the front 2. Morris got loose just a little bit. And Clary now going to try to get him single file as they go back through turns 1 and 2 with 2 laps to go. Morris going to go back ahead. A little bit of a better in turns 1 and 2. Morris gets loose. White flag in the air. They're 3 wide for the lead. Contact made between Moorfield and Morris. Side by side for second. Moorfield making some bumps on the back bumper of Dalton Clary's car. Into turns 3 and 4. He'll lay the bumper to him, but it's not going to matter. Checkered flag waves for Dalton Clary, who's going to win the junior sprint feature on the prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Garrett Moorfield comes across the line in second. Cruz Parson, the top 3. Braylon Morris, fourth. Braylon Morris, fourth. Riker Sumner, fifth. McKenna Crin, 6th, Reiner Morris, 7th, Presley Hall, 8th, Emerson Fenton, 9th, Landon Bailey rounded out the top 10, Kylie Cox, 11th, Evan Boyd was the last car in the lead lap at 12th, Reed Bailey was 1 lap down at 13th, Wheelan Schurenberg out of the race at the end of lap 12, Xander LaRose out of the race on lap 8 and 15th, Case Barnard out of the race at the end of lap 6 and 16th, and Nolan Leone also out of the race before 1 lap was complete. In 17th, Huxon Roush, Waylon Vogel did not make the start. So Dalton Clary waiting to go over the scales to confirm his first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. And it looks like all good from the scales crew. And Dalton Clary going to bring his number 1 tee around and into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the first time this year.
All right, folks, let them hear it. Clary, Illinois, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at Coles County, Jeff Horn Memorial. All right, Dalton, what a race. You guys were beating and banging, swapping places. How did you manage to pull that off?
I don't know. I just stuck with the bottom, and I stuck with the moisture. I just didn't go in the slick, and I didn't give up.
Yeah, they were beating on you pretty good, but you're able to hold them off. You got pretty sideways a couple times there.
I know. I got in the slick a couple times. They kept hitting me, spinning me, but I kept holding it.
Yeah, you did a heck of a job, young man, a heck of a job. All right, you got anybody you want to thank?
Dana Robinson, Mom, sister, Dad, that's it.
All right. Well, congratulations once again, Dalton. All right, everybody, let them hear it one more time. Dalton Clary, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Up next will be the Outlaw Non-Wing B features, 12 laps to distance, top 3 will transfer. But before we head out to that, we have another item turned in up here to the broadcast booth. If you have lost a handbag in the grandstands tonight, coming up here to the broadcast booth, describe it to me, and I will hand it over. On the pole for B feature number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, it's J.B. Gilbert from Monticello, Illinois, the number 97D. Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri in the 88M starts second. J.J. Williams starting in third from Harristown, Illinois, the number 8J. Eric Erdman from Coal Valley, Illinois, the number 31E. Starting fourth, Matt Veach, the top 5 from Macedonia, Illinois, the number 57V. Joe B. Miller from Millersville, Missouri starts 6th in the 51B. August Skinner from West Frankfort, Illinois, the number 5 starts 7th. Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois, the 4R starts 8th. Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois, the number 2V starts 9th. Riding out the top 10 is Neil Anderson from Greensboro, North Carolina in the 15N. Andy Bishop starts 11th from Harrisburg, Illinois, the 41 after winning the C-Main. Alec Quiggle had finishing second in his C-Main from Dover, Pennsylvania. The number 23 starts 12th. That's the starting lineup for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro B feature number 1. 12 laps the distance for the B features tonight for the non-wing Outlaw Micros. Caution lights out around the racetrack for the start of B feature number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. JB Gilbert, Max Crabtree, JJ Williams will be the cars that start in the A main later tonight. They can finish where they start. Through the start cone, green flag is out, and they're racing in B feature number 1. Already Eric Erdman finding some work on the high side. He's going to jump up to third right off the start. Romax stalls off turn number 2. Able to get it refired before losing too many positions as they're 3 wide for the final transfer spot off turn number 4. They sort it back down to at least just 2 wide. Max Crabtree, Eric Erdman side by side. J.J. Williams right there with them. Joby Miller trying something out on the high side. Right in line following Max Crabtree. Guy who's liking this battle behind him, JB Gilbert, pulling away at a rapid pace from these cars behind him, putting some more time between himself and the final transfer position, where he's going to come around and complete lap number 3. 9 laps to go for B feature number 1. Eric Erdman finding his way through and up to second. Joe B. Miller on the high side, see what he can do on Max Crabtree. Going to get right on the left side, now falls in line behind Crabtree. As the field still double file further on back in the mid-pack in the tail of the field. Max Crabtree still on the bottom, and here comes Joby Miller up top at turns 3 and 4, looking for the final transfer position off turn 4 this time at the line. Joby Miller's ahead by just 0.004 of a second. Still side by side off turn 2 for that final transfer position. Joby Miller going to throw the block on the number 88 of Max Crabtree. Stands on the brakes on the exit of the corner, and he will be clear for third. Now, JB Gilbert, Eric Erdman, Joby Miller, the 3 cars who will transfer on to the A main from this B feature if they can keep their positions for now. J.J. Williams still trying out that high side, but isn't finding anything on Max Crabtree as one car way too high in turn number 4. Another one too high again in turn 2, but it's a good run for J.J. Williams, who got really high. A couple cars tangle off turn 2. Able to keep it rolling. One into the infield. No caution just yet. Coming back to 3 to go for J.B. Gilbert as J.J. Williams is going to try to go around Max Crabtree this time off turn 4. And he will be ahead at the line. He was going to try to have to be clear this time. It's a 1.1 second advantage to third. 2 to go this time for J.B. Gilbert, Eric Erdman, and Joe B. Miller. They don't want to caution at this point. It's a very tight battle for the 4th position out behind them. J.J. Williams on the top side, going to get clear now for 4th as they come back to the white flag this time. J.B. Gilbert with control, 0.8 of a second in the gap. Joe B. Miller, Eric Erdman, 3rd and 2nd respectively as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. J.B. Gilbert's going to win his way into the A main later on tonight. Eric Erdman finishes 2nd. Joby Miller finishes 3rd. All 3 of those drivers advance. J.B. Gilbert, Eric Erdman, Joby Miller, the cars advancing from Outlaw Non-Wing Micro B Feature 1. Neil Allison was the first car out. After starting in 10th, it was a good run for him. Just needed one extra spot. J.J. Williams ended up 5th. Max Crabtree 6th. Cameron Romax 7th. Alex Quiggle 8th. Andy Bishop 9th. Mason Vincent 10th. Matt Veach 11th. August Skinner left the track at the end of lap number 7 in car number 5. B feature number 2, Wayne down there in the staging area. They were going to be let out by Brian Jones from Eddyville, Kentucky in the number 29J. Trey Erdman alongside him in the number 69T from Coal Valley, Illinois. Brandon Black from Peru, Indiana, the number 96 will start 3rd. Sam Morthland in the number 21 from West Frankfort, Illinois starts 4th. In 5th, it's Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana, the number 22B. In 6th, it's Cade Yeager in the UFO from Kewisaskin, Wisconsin. In 7th, Michael Linderman from Leesport, Pennsylvania, the number 4. Andy Stanfield from Peru, Indiana, the 2S, starting 8th. Mason Benhauer from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, the number 21B, starting 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois, in the 456. 11th after winning his C main. Jordan Clary, the number 94 from Edwardsville, Illinois. Sam Coleman alongside him in 12th in the final starting position from Farmington, Missouri in the 16C. That's the starting lineup for B feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. One to green, given to the drivers of B feature number 2. No, waved off. Should we stay green? More contact down the front stretch. Everybody's still trying to gather it up from that previous incident on the exit of turn 2. First 2 laps completed under green. Brian Jones continues to lead into lap number 3. Trey Erdman in second. Scott Braden Black trying to take that second spot away. Sam Morthland isn't going away either. Sticking right there with the top 3. Morthland's keeping it up on the high side. Gets a huge run down the backstretch. Will have a good shot at Braden Black if he can stay somewhat close to him here off turn 4 this time. And he may have a shot to take that third spot away off turn 2 this time. Braden Black down on the bottom is going to have Sam Morthland go right on by him on the high side. As they'll come around to the halfway point this time, one car way up the racetrack goes for a 90-degree spin. Gets it pointed back in the right direction. We stay green. That's Michael Linderman able to keep it pointed in the right direction. Now the top 4 starting to fan out on the racetrack. Everybody trying to find their groove as Braden Black goes back by Sam Morthland for the third and final transfer position. 5 laps to go here on B feature number 2 as Brian Jones has led every lap. Trey Erdman still right there with him, about 3/10 back. Now Braden Black starting to pull away from Sam Morthland, about half a second advantage at the timing line that last time by. Morthland got a good run off turn 2 that time. If he can try to keep that momentum up as he works his way back down the front stretch, he's got a shot if he can keep it right where he had it that last lap. Off turn 2, Morthland gets a big run down the backstretch. Black will give him the space. And it'll be 2 to go this time for Brandon Jones, Trey Erdman, and Braden Black, who are in the transfer positions right now. Sam Morthland wants to play spoils with this one. He's alongside for third. Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air for Brian Jones. Sam Morthland may have one final shot here on the exit of turn number 2 to try to take this third and final transfer spot away. But off turn 4, checker flags waving for Brian Jones, who's going to win the B feature number 2. Across the line in second, Trey Erdman. Braden Black able to defend good enough to finish in third and advance on to the A feature later on tonight in the Outlaw Non-Wing class. Sam Morthland gave it everything he could. Ends up one spot short in fourth. Cade Yeager 5th. Reed Whitney 6th. Mason Benhauer 7th. Unsure who finished 8th and 9th, both shown as missing data. At my end, I believe, might have been Jordan Clary, Sam Coleman were 8th and 9th. Michael Linderman rounded out the top 10. Andy Stanfield, 11th. J.R. Carter, 12th. No intermission tonight here at Coles County Speedway. We're going to go straight to the restricted micro feature. As the restrictors make their way to the staging area, 20 laps the distance for their feature. I'll give you the starting lineup. Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana in the 5E starts on pole. Mason Vincent alongside him in the 2V from Springfield, Illinois. Rexon Bush from Mooresville, North Carolina line up third in the number 18. A.J. Williams in the 88A will start fourth from Harristown, Illinois. Braxton Flatt in the 81 from Monmouth, Illinois starts fifth. Tate Gurney's number 71 from Brownsburg, Indiana starts sixth. From Riverdale, California, Mason Roush in the 17M starts 7th. Braylon Morris from Easton, Pennsylvania, the number 64, starts 8th. In the 14, Niall Studer from Harrisburg, Illinois, starts 9th. Colton Vogel in the 14V from Buffalo, Illinois, will round out the top 10. Forrest Holder from Maryland Heights, Missouri, the number 29, will start 11th. R.J. Smith from Springfield, Illinois, in the number 11S, will start in 12th. Number 22D from Marine, Illinois, Dalton Clary lines up 13th. Carson Eskew to his outside in 14th from Riverton, Illinois, in the 21V. Henry Shelton from Benton, Illinois, in the number 99G starts 15th. Kylie Bates in 16th in the 12K from Hillsborough, Missouri. Ty Schaefer from Medina, Ohio will start in 17th. The car number 40. McKenna Kren in the 31K from Indianapolis, Indiana will start in 18th. Evan Boyd in the 5B from Doe Run, Missouri lines up 19th. And rounding out the field in the 20th and final starting position, it's Colt Bailey from Concord, North Carolina in the 24B. That's the starting lineup for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Outlaw Non-Wing A main lineup is now correct. The Outlaw Non-Wing A main lineup is now correct. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for restricted micro feature. Last call for restricted micro feature. So at this time, there's being a short delay, still waiting on the restrictors to make their way down to staging, and there's also a medical issue on the facility at the moment. We'll be sending the restrictors out on the racetrack when we have them down in the staging area and we're ready to go back racing. Lucas Halbert, Dwayne says hi from up here in the broadcast or in the scoring tower over here next to me. And he also wanted me to tell you that the professional is in the house from Fairfield, Illinois. Restrictor drivers making their way out onto the racetrack for their 20-lap feature tonight at Coles County Speedway in the prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Again, 20 cars going 20 laps. Running you back through the starting line of row 1, we've got Eli Holden, Mason Vincent. Row 2, Braxton Bush, A.J. Williams. Row 3, Braxton Flatt, Tate Gurney. Row 4, Maxon Roush and Braylon Morris. Row number 5, Niles Tudor, Colton Vogel. Row 6, Forrest Holder, R.J. Smith. Row 7, Dalton Clary, Carson Eskew. Row 8, Gentry Shelton and Kylie Bates. Row number 9, Ty Schaefer, McKenna Krinn. And on row number 10, it's Evan Boyd and Colt Bailey. Looks like Colt Bailey not making it down onto the racetrack for the feature. And the one-to-go signal being given to the restricted micro drivers tonight here in their feature. Eli Holden, Mason Vincent, the front row for the restricted micro feature on prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Past the start cone, green flag is waving, and it's a good jump there for both of the front two drivers. Eli Holden, number 2, Mason Vincent, going to keep it right down there behind him. On the bottom of the A.J. Williams trying to find something up on the high side as Braxton Bush falls back into 4th behind A.J. Williams as the field's going to keep it green through lap number 1. Top 5, top 6 now single file as they go back through turns 3 and 4 once again. Eli Holden really trying to make that high side work, but it seems like Mason Vincent a little bit faster. 2-car tangle in turn number 3 brings out caution number 1. Kylie Bates involved, and it looks like also Evan Boyd. Two laps complete on the restricted micro feature. Eli Holden will line up back on the point for this restart. Mason Vincent in 2nd, 3rd A.J. Williams, 4th Braxton Bush. Riding out the top 5 will be Tate Gurney, Braxton Flatt 6th, Maxon Roush in 7th, Niles Tudor 8th, Forrest Holder 9th, Braylon Morris the top 10. R.J. Smith 11th, Carson Eskew 12th, Colton Vogel 13th, Dalton Clary 14th, McKenna Krinn 15th, Ty Schaefer in 17th. 16th will be Gentry Shelton, or excuse me, other way around. Ty Schaefer 16th, Gentry Shelton 17th, Kylie Bates 18th, and then Evan Boyd in 19th. Going to lead us back to green on another restart. Mason Vincent 2nd, A.J. Williams 3rd, Braxton Bush 4th, Tate Gurney rounding out the top 5, Braxton Flatt 6th, Maxon Roush 7th, Niles Tudor 8th, Braylon Morris 9th, R.J. Smith rounding out the top 10. Caution lights will turn off around the racetrack this time by. Caution lights out around the racetrack once again as Eli Holden going to bring their restricted micro feature field back towards the restart cone in turns 3 and 4. Up high, diving back at the restart cone. A green flag back in the air. Good jump there for Eli Holden. Mason Vincent, not a good jump for him at all. That allows A.J. Williams to get all over the back bumper and taking advantage of that. Not great restart from Mason Vincent as Braxton Bush got right on the back bumper. Was trying to take that 3rd spot away off turn 2, but didn't have a good opportunity. Settles back in line in 4th for now. He has a good run down the inside into turns 3 and 4 on A.J. Williams. Braxton Bush going to get the elbows out. Don't think they made contact as A.J. Williams slid up the racetrack a little bit. Braxton Bush up into 3rd now as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Caution's going to come out as one car has spun in turn 4. That appears to be Evan Boyd. Excuse me. Yes, Evan Boyd, the car that spun. 4 laps marked as complete on the restricted micro feature. 16 to go. Caution lights turn off once again around the racetrack. Eli Holden going to lead us back to green. Mason Vincent, Brexton Bush the top 3. A.J. Williams, Tate Gurney the top 5 on this restart. Eli Holden to the top side in turns 3 and 4 once again. Green flag back in the air on the restricted micro feature. Great jump this time for Mason Vincent. He's going to drive it into the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Was alongside Eli Holden for most of that corner, but the high side momentum going to go to the advantage of Eli Holden. And Eli Holden is going to lead the first lap back under green. Braxton Flatt going to try that high side as well as A.J. Williams gets sideways in front of the field. A couple of cars tangle. The caution is going to have to come out as a couple of cars come to a complete stop in the exit of turn 2. 5 laps complete on the restricted micro feature. $15 laps to go on the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. 5 laps complete. Eli Holden going to lead us back to green on yet another restart. Mason Vincent still in second. Brexton Bush third. A.J. Williams, who was just involved in that incident, towards the tail end of the field. That promotes the number 81 of Braxton Flatt up to fourth. Tate Gurney, the top 5. Maxon Roush in 7th. Niles Tudor 8th. 9th will be R.J. Smith. And rounding out the top 10 is Colton Vogel. One, two, green once again for the restricted micros on prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Eli Holden going to go to the high side in 3 and 4 once again on this restart. Back on the gas. Green flag's back in the air. Good jump there for the top 5. Dalton Clary gets sideways, stacks up the field behind him. Going to push McKenna Crin towards the outside wall. And Dalton Clary is going to hold on to his position for now through turns 1 and 2. Braxton Bush a little too high on the entry to turn 3. He's going to drop 2 spots as he tries to gather it up and catch back up to Tate Gurney and Braxton Flatt. Puts Flatt up to 3rd, Gurney up to 4th, and here comes Flatt on the high side around Mason Vincent, and the caution will come out for a Colton Vogel spin on the exit of turn 2. Eli Holden not liking to see these cautions as they click off only 1 additional lap. 6 laps complete now, 14 to go on the restricted micro feature. Eli Holden leads us back to green for yet another restart. Mason Vincent in 2nd, Braxton Flatt 3rd, Tate Gurney 4th, Braxton Bush the top 5. Maxon Roush 6th, Niles Tudor 7th, R.J. Smith 8th, 9th will be Dalton Clary, and 10th will be McKenna Crin. A 1 to green signal given to the drivers. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack once again. 6 laps down, 14 to go for the restricted micros. Eli Holden back to the top side in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Eli Holden, good jump there. Mason Vincent going to follow in line down on the bottom of the racetrack. Flatt's going to the high side in turns 3 and 4, it looks like. Following him in line is Tate Gurney down on the bottom. Caution is going to come out again. 2-car tangle in turn 2. Evan Boyd involved in his 2nd incident in this race. Also involved Ty Schaefer. No laps marked as complete. Still 6 laps officially completed, 14 to go. Track crew reporting one car has a tire down. So Ty Schaefer getting black flagged, has a flat right rear tire. And he's going to bring that car into the infield. His night will be over. And the 17M also black flagged for a flat left rear tire. That's Maxon Roush. Going to change the restart order a little bit inside the top 10. Eli Holden, Mason Vincent, Braxton Flat, Tate Gurney, Brexton Bush, the top 5. Then Niles Tudor will be in 6th. R.J. Smith in 7th. 8th will be Dalton Clary. 9th, McKenna Krinn. Rounding out the top 10 is Forrest Holder. 1 to green this time. Once again, 6 laps completed. $14 laps to go for the restricted micros here on night 1 of the prelims. For the Jeff Horn Memorial, Eli Holden back to the high side in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Big stack up in the back half of the field. Caution's going to come back out right away as Kylie Bates' car stalled after taking there as soon as the green flag came out. There's a huge stack up in the mid-pack. And Kylie Bates locked up the brakes. And unfortunately, it looks like she stalled the car. So she's going to go tag in at the tail end of the field as one car into the infield with, it looks like, another flat left rear tire, this time for the 99. It's Genry Shelton catching a tough break here. 3rd car to have a flat tire this race, it looks like. Or excuse me, 4th car. Carsoneski was first one out. Eli Holden, once again, 6 laps complete. 14 to go for the restricted micros. Back to green off the high side, diving past the restart cone. Good jump for him and the front 2. Braxton Flack got a little loose, it looked like. Able to gather up, didn't lose any positions to Tate Gurney or Brexton Bush. Top 5 will stay the same as they complete lap number 1. Bates into the infield now. As they will come around to complete lap number 8 this time. Eli Holden still leading the way. Caution's going to come out. Evan Boyd's car was slow on the exit of turn 4. And he managed to get it maybe refired, maybe has a flat tire as well. Caution lights out once again. 7 laps complete, 13 to go for the restricted micros in prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Evan Boyd ordered to the infield. This is 3rd incident of the race. 2nd one by himself. Eli Holden back to the high side once again in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air on the restricted micro feature. Braxton Flack keeping him up high, keeping Tate Gurney right behind him. They work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Top 5 remains the same. In fact, the field remains the same on that restart. Tate Gurney will get to the inside of Braxton Flat on the entry to turn number 1. We'll see if Flag can get that high side momentum. Doesn't seem to be working out just yet. He's going to dive back down to the bottom. A little bit of contact there between Flat and Gurney off turn 4. Gurney goes back to the high side in 3 and 4. Braxton Bush follows him as well. Momentum goes to Tate Gurney off the exit of the corner, but lap number 10 will be complete for Eli Holden. That's the halfway point for the restricted micro feature. Mason Vincent still rolling around there in second. Braxton Flat able to hold on to third for now. It doesn't seem like he's got the pace, though. Chase down those front two. He's desperately trying to keep Tate Gurney behind him. Braxton Bush running fifth at R.J. Smith and Niles Tudor want to try find their way around Braxton Bush tonight. As a couple cars tango off turn number 2, no caution. They keep it pointed in the right direction. Niles Tudor's car looking a little unstable on entry. He may have an issue. As Tate Gurney is going to try to work to the inside of Braxton Flat again off of turn 4. Gurney now has advantage on the inside. Flat shuts the door. As Niles Tudor going to try to dive it in on Braxton Bush into turns 3 and 4 this time. That's for the 4th spot as they work their way back off turn 5th. Eli Holden now 1 second advantage over Mason Vincent. Tate Gurney, huge run going into turns 3 and 4. This time Braxton Flat has no defense for that. 5 to go this time for the restricted micro feature. Single file now goes the field with 4 laps to go. Coming to 3 to go this time is Eli Holden. Mason Vincent still running second. Tate Gurney running away from Braxton Flat in third. McKenna Crin slow on the front stretch, and the caution is going to come out. 3 laps to go for the restricted micro feature as McKenna Crin's car comes to a stop on the front stretch towards the turn 1 side. And this will bunch the field back up for a 3-lap shootout in the restricted micro feature. Eli Holden going to lead us back to green yet again. Mason Vincent in second. Third will be Tate Gurney. 4th, Braxton Flat. Rounding out top 5, Braxton Bush. Niles Tudor 6th, R.J. Smith 7th, Dalton Clary 8th, Braylon Morris 9th, Colton Vogel the top 10. Forrest Holder will be 11th, A.J. Williams 12th, McKenna Crin 13th if she could continue. Doesn't look like that was the case. She pulled her car down into the infield. Caution lights out around the racetrack. Once again, 3-lap shootout for the restricted micro feature on prelim night of the Jeff Horner Memorial. Eli Holden back to the high side at turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out. Good jump there from Mason Vincent in second. He's going to be right on the back bumper as they go back into turns 3 and 4. Vincent slams on the brakes, and Tate Gurney is going to try to go around the outside. Looks like it's going to be a battle between the top 3 to decide this feature. Braxton Flag going to try to throw it in. A little bit too far back, though, as now Eli Holden pulling away from second place Mason Vincent. Flat trying to work underneath Tate Gurney. Gurney has to allow the space for Braxton Flat to move up the racetrack. A white flag in the air this time for Eli Holden. It's almost a 1 second advantage as he takes the white flag. Mason Vincent is second, has to watch him drive away from him. And Eli Holden through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag goes to Eli Holden on the restricted micro feature in prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial as the car spins, taking the checkered flag all the way around the cone. Great job, Forrest Holder, not hitting that cone. We're kind of running out of them here these last couple weeks. Eli Holden, the winner of the restricted micro feature. Mason Vincent second, Tate Gurney third, Braxton Flat fourth, Braxton Bush fifth, R.J. Smith sixth, Niles Tudor seventh, Dalton Clary eighth, Braylon Morris ninth, Colton Vogel 10th, A.J. Williams 11th, Forrest Holder in 12th, where the cars that finished. McKenna Crin was the first car out in 13th. McInroush 14th, Henry Shelton 15th, Ty Schaefer 16th, Kylie Bates 17th, Evan Boyd 18th, Carson Eskew in 19th, and Colt Bailey did not make the start. So as Eli Holden makes his way into victory lane here at Coles County Speedway, we are going to do a little bit of track prep before the Outlaw Non-Wing feature. It'll be very little bit amount of maintenance as Eli Holden pulls into victory lane here at Coles County Speedway. It's his third win of the year at this racetrack. Kevin, down to you.
All right, folks, let's hit for Eli, Indiana, your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. All right, come over here, young man. All right, number one, congratulations, Eli. That's some tight racing there with all the restarts that you had. You got on that one about 10-lap run there, and you were able to pull away from Mason Vincent a little bit, but he was right there.
Yeah, I just had to run the most consistent laps as possible. Really, just about it.
Well, you drove a heck of a race. You got anybody you want to thank?
Mickey Bullock, Mom and Dad, my sister, everybody that came out on the grandstands, Avanti Windows and Doors, Jerry Petty, Tim Engler, Petty Performance Racing, everybody down the side of the car, just everybody that helps out, and Mason Hilliard and Cody Morgan of 357 Studios. Go check them out. They have some sick edits.
Cool. All right, some sick edits. You heard it, well, folks. All right, one more time, big round of applause for Eli Holden, your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kevin. As I mentioned before, we're going to do a little bit of track maintenance before the Outlaw Non-Wing feature coming up. Will be just a very small amount of track prep before we get to the Outlaw Non-Wing feature. Of course, if you're still here at the racetrack, don't forget about the Turn 4 Cafe over in Turn number 4, still open here at almost midnight local time here in Mattoon, Illinois. And we're going to take a quick break on the broadcast side. We'll come back with the Outlaw Non-Wing feature.
Tension in the pits and the grandstands. After looking at the racetrack, no track prep being done. We are going racing. All track personnel to their spots, please. Non-wing drivers, if you're not in staging, we need you to get there at this time, please. Thank you. Tension in the pits. The 49 of Russ Gamester. 85 of Cale Goodwin. You are in the feature. We need you to staging. Once again, 49 of Russ Gamester. 85 of Cale Goodwin. We need you to staging, please.
As those drivers make their way to the staging area, we'll go and give you the starting lineup for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro feature for prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. 25 laps the distance of this feature. James Roselli from Broadheadsville, Pennsylvania, the number 95B, starts us on the pole. Tommy Koonsman from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the number 21K, lines up alongside him. Steven Snyder Jr. from Rising Sun, Maryland, the number 21S, starts third. Stone Sharp from Frankfort, Indiana, the number 29S, starts fourth. Russ Gamester from Peru, Indiana, the number 49, lining up fifth. Gunnar Pio from Kunkletown, Pennsylvania, the number 28P, will line up sixth. Daniel Robinson, the number 10 from Benton, Illinois, will start seventh. Cale Drake from Collinsville, Oklahoma, the number 97K, starts eighth. Aiden Purdue, the number 37 from Clinton, Illinois, starts ninth. Danny Hayes riding out the top 10 from Charleston, Illinois, the 211. Billy Lieb from Hammond, Illinois, the number 88, will start 11th. Darren Stark is outside in 12th from Springfield, Illinois, the 55S. From Hammond, Illinois, it's Nolan Bartley in the 7F, starting in 13th. Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky, in the 85, starting in 14th. Parker Leak from Warsaw, Indiana, in the 4T, will line up 15th. Colin Hutchinson alongside him in 16th from Butler, Pennsylvania, in the 83H. In the 97D and 17th, it's J.B. Gilbert from Monticello, Illinois. Brian Jones is outside in 18th from Eddyville, Kentucky, in the 29J. In the 31E from Coal Valley, Illinois, it's Eric Erdman in 19th. Alongside him, the other Erdman, Trey Erdman from Coal Valley, Illinois, in the 69T and 20th. Joby Miller from Miller's Huntsville, Missouri in the number 51B, starting 21st. Braden Black from Peru, Indiana, the number 96, will be lining up in the 22nd and final starting position of the Outlaw Non-Wing A main tonight here at the prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Pio has found an adjustment that worked for him. He's got that inside lane rolling really nicely right now. Side by side for the lead off turn 2. Koonsman up on the high side. Roselli down on the bottom. Side by side at the line. Couple cars tangled in turn 2. The caution will come out. Joby Miller was one of them. Couldn't quite see who the other car that got tangled was. Caution comes back out. Roselli will take the lead back. It's a flat right rear tire for it appears to be the number 21. Two laps complete for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros in the A main. 23 to go. James Roselli will lead us back to green. Tommy Koonsman in second. Steven Snyder Jr. third. Gunnar Pio fourth. Stone Sharp the top 5 as the one-to-go signal has been given and received by the drivers. James Roselli looking towards the middle of the racetrack this time for this restart. Green flag back in the air with 23 laps to go on the prelim night Outlaw Non-Wing Micro feature. Back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time back under green. It's still James Roselli leading the way. Tommy Koonsman able to shut the door on Steven Snyder Jr. as they work their way back into turn 1. Snyder trying to find something down there on the bottom. Gets up on the berm. Hit a rut, it looks like. Got up on 2 tires. Brought it back down at all 4, but unable to keep it alongside Koonsman. He does get back alongside in turns 1 and 2. But Koonsman able to power back ahead with that high side momentum. Off turn 4 once again. Still, James Roselli led the first 5 laps now. His car starting to slow a little bit, it looks like. Tommy Koonsman closing in a little bit, and the caution comes back out. Billy Leap stops at the top of turn number 4. Billy Leap able to get his car refired. It looks like he will attempt to continue. James Roselli with 5 laps complete, 20 laps to go will lead us back to green. Tommy Koonsman in second. Steven Steiner Jr. third. Gunnar Pio fourth. Cale Drake the top 5 as we'll come back to the 1 to green signal this time. Sixth will be Stone Sharp. 7th, Russ Gamester. Danny Hayes 8th. Daniel Robinson 9th. Aiden Purdue rounds out the top 10. The field receives the 1 to green signal as they pass by the flag stand. The caution lights turn off for the leaders. And James Roselli going to bring his number 95B to the middle of the racetrack. 7 laps complete, 18 to go for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on prelim night for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Passing by the restart cone, green flags back in the air. Good jump there for Steven Snyder Jr. in third. Is going to have a good shot at trying to take that second spot away here. Going back into turns 3 and 4. Had to slam on the brakes as Tommy Coons able to slide underneath the 95 of James Roselli. And Koonsman will lead his first lap of the race. And he's going to try to pull away quickly here. As no Steven Snyder Jr. has got the very similar pace as him. Now with clean air, the caution will come out. Once again, only one lap will get clicked off. 8 laps complete, 17 to go. So for the first time, a driver not named James Roselli will lead us back to green. It's Tommy Koonsman. James Roselli lines up in second for this restart. Steven Steiner Jr. third, Gunnar Pio fourth, Cale Drake fifth, Stone Sharp sixth, Danny Hayes seventh, Daniel Robinson eighth, Aiden Purdue ninth, Darren Stark 10th. The car that pulled off the racetrack earlier, Russ Gamester, under that previous caution. Rail will have 6 laps to go. Tommy Koonsman will lead us back to green. Steven Snyder Jr. second, Gunnar Pio third, James Roselli fourth, Cale Drake fifth, Stone Sharp sixth, Danny Hayes seventh, Aiden Purdue eighth, Nolan Bartley ninth, Daniel Robinson the top 10. This time the caution car, the number 31E, Eric Erdman. He'll drop to the tail. One to green signal given to the drivers over the race control radio. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. 6 laps to go on the Outlaw Non-Wing feature of prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Tommy Koonsman, Steven Snyder Jr., and Gunnar Pio. The top 3 as they go past by the restart cone. Once again, green flag back in the air. Great jump there from Snyder. Gonna have a good run here on the outside lane. He's gonna try to cross over the exit. Didn't get a good run there, but momentum will have him have a good shot on the entry to turns 3 and 4. No contact made as they come through 3 and 4. 5 laps to go now for Tommy Koonsman. And time's running out in this feature if you're further back in the field. It looks like this is going to be a duel between Tommy Koonsman and Steven Steiner Jr. Gunnar Pio starting to fall back just a little bit. Now half a second back to Gunnar Pio in third from Steven Steiner Jr. Multiple cars tangle in turn 1 again. Caution's going to come back out. Noah Barley, the one pointed in the wrong direction. Now 21 laps complete, 4 to go on the Outlaw Non-Wing feature. Mentioned before, 21 laps complete, 4 to go in this Outlaw Non-Wing feature at Coles County Speedway for prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Tommy Koonsman going to lead us back to green. Steven Steiner Jr. second, Gunnar Pio third, James Roselli fourth, Stone Sharp fifth, Cale Drake sixth, 7th, Aiden Purdue, 8th, Danny Hayes, 9th, Darren Stark, 10th, Colin Hutchinson. One to go signal coming to the drivers. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. 4 laps to go on the Outlaw Non-Wing feature. Tommy Koonsman, Steven Snyder Jr., Gunnar Pio, James Roselli, Stone Sharp, the top 5. Koonsman takes the green flag, passing by the restart code. Much better jump this time. Probably the best restart he's had with Steven Snyder behind him. Gap about 3-4 car lengths extending down the backstretch for Tommy Koonsman. He's going to come back to 3 to go this time. And Steven Snyder Jr. half a second back has got Gunnar Pio right on his back bumper. Now Pio slips up a little bit in turns 1 and 2. Stone Sharp's going to throw it in, make some contact with James Roselli, forces him up the racetrack, and pushes him back towards Cale Drake in 6th. Everybody sorts it out for now, though. We'll come into the white flag. This time it's Tommy Koonsman. 4/10 of a second advantage over Steven Snyder Jr. on the last lap. A little bit of a slip up there for Snyder, and it looks like that's going to do it. Tommy Koonsman off turn 4, and Tommy Koonsman's going to win the Outlaw Non-Wing featured on the prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Steven Steiner Jr. 2nd, Gunnar Pio 3rd, Stone Sharp 4th, James Roselli 5th, Cale Drake 6th, Aiden Purdue 7th, Darren Stark 8th, Danny Hayes 9th, Colin Hutchison rounded out the top 10, Brian Jones 11th, Eric Erdman 12th, Braden Black 13th, Noah Bartley 14th. Bartley was the first car out of the race. Cale Goodwin 15th, Daniel Robinson 16th, J.B. Gilbert 17th, Parker Leak 18th, Joby Miller 19th, Billy Lieb 20th, Russ Gamester 21st, and 22nd was Trey Erdman. So the 21K pulls into victory lane at Coles County Speedway for the first time, where Kevin Bennett's going to be waiting on him. Kevin?
All right, folks, let's hear it for Tommy Koonsman from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, your non-wing outlaw feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Well, first off, congratulations, Tommy. Let's find the right spot here. Here. Right over here. Try here. Come on over. Sorry about that. You and Steven Snyder Jr. and the other 21 car had a heck of a battle there last half of that race.
I knew I wanted to try and get out front first there and come out. But side and I kind of once I started seeing someone's nose there that the rubber was going to come in, and the car was just pretty good there in the feature. Struggled a little bit at the beginning of the night, but track kind of came to us.
For you, any prep time?
I think it was best what they could have done with the time that they had today to try and rush us through here, so it's not too late at night. So.
Excellent. You want
my for all that they do, Jim Jones Racing Engines, Sherman Excavating, PXB, Kelly Race Fuels, all that make this thing go up and down the road.
All right. Well, congratulations once again, Tommy. All right, one more time. Tommy Koonsman from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, your non-outlaw wing feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. And thank you for chasing me around with the mic.
Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Modifieds to staging for hot laps. The modifieds to staging for hot laps. All right, so the micro portion of the prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial is complete. Modifieds still have to run all of their stuff. And here they come on the racetrack. 2 laps, 4 hot laps for them. Clayton Stanfield from Park Hill, Missouri, and the number 51 leads them on. Zach Whaley, the number 13 from Hillsboro, Missouri. He's off into turn 1. Mason Lynch from Charleston, Illinois, the 54C, middle of turns 1 and 2. Coming off turn 2, the 1H of Caleb Steffens from Ashmore, Illinois. Brady Stanfield, the last car I didn't mention on the racetrack, also from Park Hills, Missouri, number 52. Green flags in the air for Topless Modified Hot Lap Session number 1. First time lap coming around. White flag in the air for Zach Whaley. It's a 13-0, lap number 1. Mason Lynch goes to the top of the charts again at 12.935. Went to the top of the charts earlier in the night, then tore down the catchments in turns 3 and 4. Hopefully he didn't do it this time. Stays on the bottom in 3 and 4 this time. Doesn't go to the top. He does not improve on lap number 2. Nobody does, it looks like, as the checkered flag comes down. Mason Lynch, top of the charts, 12.985. Clayton Stanfield, second at 13.021. Caleb Steffens, third, 13.034.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Five cars have taken a time out of the 16 entered tonight. Leading out in session number 2. It's a 3B of Tyler Blankenship from St. Elmo, Illinois. He's off turn 2. Green flag in the air for session 2 of the Topless Modifieds. Drew Shorts in the 21 JR on the racetrack. Actually, I believe he's actually in the 121 tonight. Caution will come out as the 08 goes for spin it in turn 2. That's Brady Collins from Charleston, Illinois. Only Blankenship managed to throw down a lap of 13.29 before that caution came out. Green flag coming back out for the Topless B mods. I also didn't mention a car on the racetrack, the 59 of J.D. Evans from Mattoon, Illinois. He works his way off turn 4 to the green flag. White flag in the air. Couple timed laps coming across. Schwartz didn't look good on the exit of 4 that time. Timing and scoring uncooperative on my race pass, it appears. But now 9 cars have taken a lap. And they will pull down to the infield and off the racetrack. 9 of the 16 entered have now taken a lap. Sounds like this will be the last group of Topless B mods. Casey Schrock from Ashmore, Illinois. We can find him in turn 1. As the green flag will come back out. Carter Stander from Sullivan, Illinois, off turn 2. Also on the racetrack, the 69 of Braden Doyle from Ashmore, Illinois, the 69. And also on the racetrack, Steve Phillips from Neoga, Illinois, the 24S. Green flag in the air for what is believed to be the final Topless B mod hot lap session of the night. White flag in the air. Lap 1 for Schrock goes up towards the top of the charts. Braden Doyle's number 69 at 12.941 goes to the top. Faster than Mason Lynch in hot laps for the Topless B modifieds. Checkered flag waving. See, even everybody can improve on lap number 2. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. And in hot laps, Braden Doyle going to be top of the charts for the Topless B mods. 12.941. Mason Lynch second at 12.985. Clayton Stanfield third at 13.021. Justin Keene going to lead a third session of the Topless Modifieds onto the racetrack. Charleston, Illinois is where he's from, off into turn 3. Rob Neubauer from Des Moines, Missouri in turn number 3. And the last car on the racetrack, the number 27, to Keith Hare from St. Peter, Illinois. Green flag in the air for the final Topless B mod hot lap session. White flag in the air. First lap coming around for Dustin Keene, 11th fastest. 12th for the 25 of Rob Neubauer. And 14th for Keith Hare, of cars that have officially have times placed. Both Brady Collins and J.D. Evans laps didn't pick up. Checkered flag in the air. Dustin King did improve to 10th. And that will do it for the Topless B mod hot laps. Braden Doyle, top of the charts, 12.941. Mason Lynch, second at 12.985. Clayton Stanfield, third at 13.021. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Modifieds, the qualifying order is posted. So make your way to the staging area to line up. The modified qualifying order is posted, so be making your way to the staging area to qualify. Clayton Stanfield, number 51 for Park Hills, Missouri, first one up to qualify. Topless Modifieds, this is your qualifying order. Clayton Stanfield will be the first car out, followed by Casey Schrock, Braden Doyle, Bradley Stanfield, Rob Neubauer, Zach Whaley, Mason Lynch, Keith Hare, Tyler Blankenship, J.D. Evans, Carter Standerfer, Steve Phillips, Brady Collins, Dustin King, Caleb Steffens, Drew Schwartz, and Dee Schwartz. Clayton Stanfield on the racetrack, first car to qualify for us tonight from Park Hills, Missouri. Went third fastest in hot laps. Also joining him on the racetrack, the fastest car in hot laps, Braden Doyle.
Braden Doyle was quickest in hot laps, laid down to 12:09:41. That was the time. That was the top time in hot laps. So we'll see what we can get here from these two drivers. Believe they're going to get 2 laps. Is that right, Casey?
Yes, it is. 2 laps for these drivers. Clayton Stanfield's first lap of 13.278. And Braden Doyle across the line. He'll throw down a 2.839. Little improvement there from Clayton Stanfield on lap 2. Goes to a 12.978. We'll see. No improvement for Braden Doyle.
So we're already quicker here in qualifying than we were in hot laps. Nearly a 10th quicker. Braden Doyle, lap number 1 was his best lap at 12.839. At 12.839 for Braden Doyle, the number 69. And then Clayton Stanfield second right now at 12.978. And we have group number 2 coming onto the racetrack.
Bradley Stanfield in the number 52 leads us on. He'll be joined by the number 25 of Rob Neubauer. Green flag as they come off turn number 4 for the number 52 of Bradley Stanfield. He goes towards the middle and bottom of turns 1 and 2. Doesn't look like it's going to be a good lap for the number 52 for lap number 1. Looks a little bit good lap here for the number 25, Rob Neubauer. Lap number 1 in the books for the number 52, Bradley Stanfield, to be a 12.976. Good enough for second for now. Neubauer slower, 13.386 on lap number 1. That's fourth out of the 4 cars who have run. Small improvement for Bradley Stanfield on lap 2 at 12.932. Does not go to the top. And Neubauer improves as well, but not out of the 13-second range at 13.344.
So Bradley Stanfield slides into the second position at 12.932. And then Neubauer about 4/10 off of third, a 13.344, a 13.344 for Rob Neubauer. But Braden Doyle still on top, holding out strong with that 12.839, a 12.839 from Braden Doyle. Next up onto the racetrack, it's Casey Schrock. Schrock will go to the end of qualifying. So next up, it's the 13 of Zach Whaley in the 54C of Mason Lynch.
Green flag off turn number 4 for Zach Whaley. He was 5th in hot laps. It was a 13.0 lap in hot laps for him. Mason Lynch was the fastest in the first hot lap session of the night before he tore down the fence. Car doesn't look too good on the racetrack right now, though. Whaley's first lap, good enough for fourth at 13.158, and the white flag will come out for the number 54C of Mason Lynch. He'll go to 6th. No improvement on lap 2 for Zach Whaley. He's going to hold into 4th for now. Off turn 4, big slide for Mason Lynch, and going to be no improvement on lap 2. He will stay 6th out of 6 cars have run with a 13.705.
And when we talk about ripping the fence, Mason Lynch took that very literal earlier this evening, brought about half the fencing down in turns 3 and 4, so we had a good hour and a half delay. But that's kind of why we're running so late. But really, if we didn't have that, we'd be right on time this evening. Next up on the racetrack, the 27 of Keith Hare and the 3B, the black number 3 of Tyler Blankenship.
Green flag for Blankenship off turn 4. Hare already has taken the green flag. He'll go to the top side in 3 and 4, right up against the fence. White flag in the air for him as he takes lap number 1, goes to 3rd at 12.975. First lap for Blankenship, good enough for 5th at 13.118. This lap looking a little bit better for the number 27 of Keith Hare, good enough for 2nd, 12.918. We'll see if Blankenship can improve as well. He does. He goes to 2nd at 12.91.
Those were our first 2 drivers to really try and take the top side, and it really showed some speed, so which is exciting to see. So hopefully the next drivers that come out here, for the remainder of qualifying, try the top side. I think it's more of a show for the fans at home as well to watch. I know I enjoy watching that.
Yeah, absolutely. J.D. Evans has been here twice. First time was in a normal modified, and now he's going to spin, bring out the caution for this session.
Right, it'll be awesome. So green flag is out now for the 14 of Carter Standerfer, as well as the 59 of J.D. Evans, each of these drivers.
Standerfer off turn 4 to the white flag to complete his first lap. Good enough for 7th at 13.181. Evans across the line as well. He'll go 8th at 13.235. Checkered flags waving for Standerfer. Went to the bottom in 3 and 4. Evans goes to the top, and checkered flag is out for Standerfer. No improvement on lap 2. 7th at 13.173.
Evans tried a line we haven't really seen, more of a diamond line. He had a big run down the straightaway. He was really hard onto the brakes. I could see sparks in the brake rotor glowing into turn number 1. Then you would see sparks in the brake rotor glowing into turn number 1. Then you would cut it down in 2 and down the back straightaway. And that put no one's really contested the top 5 except for Steffens there. First driver to really test the top 5 in a while. We have 2 drivers left to go here in B-Mod qualifying. Let's see if they can do that.
Yeah, Drew Schwartz, one of these guys who comes out here to Coles County Speedway very quick around here. Looks like he's in his brother's car, D. Schwartz's car, the 121. And Casey Schrock also on the racetrack. It is number 66. Drew's going to keep it more of the same in turns 3 and 4. Not sure this is going to contend with a top 5 lap time. It'll go to 7th at 13.067, and we'll have to see for Casey Schrock off turn 4. Almost into the outside wall, outside of the top 10. It'll be good enough for 14th. And no improvement for Drew Schwartz on lap number 2. He'll stay 7. And the checkered flag 13th at 13.357.
Will this set us up So that'll do it for Topless B Mod qualifying. Braden Doyle takes the pole to 12:8:39. And following him was Tyler Blankenship, Keith Hare, Bradley Stanfull, Clayton Stanfull, Caleb Steffens, Drew Schwartz, Zach Evans 9th, Carter Standifer. That was your top 10.
Dusty Keene was 11th, Rob Neubauer 12th, Casey Schrock 13th, Steve Phillips 14th, Mason Lynch 15th, and Brady Collins 16th. That was the qualifying order for the Topless B modified tonight at Coles County Speedway. Next up, going to be a invert before we set the lineup for their feature. 20 laps for them tonight in the feature.
You know, Bradley, so I came here to Coles County Speedway several years ago, probably, 5 years ago, and it was just a micro track. I know it's the oldest micro track in the country, and, I'm a big bull ring guy. So when I saw Brian was going to put on the Road to the Dome, I was so excited. Now, I live in North Carolina now, so unfortunately I was not able to make it. But I know I watched on Flow Racing, so I heard you and your voice at the event next year. But tell me a little bit about that night and what you see, in the wing, not the wing cars, and the full body cars, the big cars here at Coles County. How is that unique, you think, here?
Oh, this is it's so different because these drivers just don't race on anything this small. I mean, it's smaller than the Dome by several hundred feet. It was really a good test bed for the drivers in the Road to the Dome. A lot of them you're going to see in the Dome at the Gateway Dirt Nationals later on in December. So that was really cool to see just big cars on this racetrack in general. We had the Hornets out here a couple times even before we tried modifieds. They put on a good show too. The Mod Lights put on a great show here. Brian's done a lot of good stuff for this racetrack, turning it from just a micro track to micro and some other fun cars.
And I think that's an understatement. I remember, like I said, going back in the past year, 5 years ago, I think we had 30 cars here one night. I was here with the Heart Non-Wing Micro Series, and we were 25 of those cars. So there was no secret that the car counts were low. But fast forward, 5 years now, there was 100 cars in the pit area tonight. I think there was close to 60, or so non-wing outlaw micros. So I think it's awesome to see what this facility has grown into. We have new bleachers down in the entry to 1 and 2. Every time I come back here, I think I get to come back here once or twice a year. And every time I turn around, there's something new and exciting that Brian has added to the facility. And I think it's just phenomenal. I remember when there was no backstretch fencing. Oh, yeah. It was just a curb back there. And so now there's, a whole wall and fencing, billboards. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, his idea was kind of making it kind of a little bit of a mini mill bridge when he first came into this racetrack. I think he's rather succeeded at that goal. I mean, it's just awesome. Just all these kind of local sponsors coming in, they're chipping in and, making just local weekly track racing survive here in America. And that's hard to do in, like, the current economy and stuff like that. And all these drivers, they just put on a great show every week. They know they're coming out here and just doing what they want to do the best.
Local racetrack surviving. I saw the other day, I don't know if this is the 70th year or next year is the 70th year for Coles County Speedway, but that's remarkable. And that is absolutely remarkable. It's the oldest micro sprint track in the country. And before I continue on my point, the A main lineup for the B mods is posted. A main lineup is posted for the B mods. So go check that on my race pass. Or is there a pit board thing here where your drivers can see that?
I think there normally is. I think our printer hasn't been working for a while. So I think, unfortunately, they've got to rely on my race pass.
That's a bummer. Dwayne's printer's out. So go to my race pass, check it out. I remember when we didn't have very good cell service here. Man, it's good now. I can do anything. Yeah. So just through and through, from cell service to the racetrack to the facility itself, everything is improved here at Coles County. So I love to see it. And, yeah.
You looked at this place 2 years ago. It did not look anything like this at all. There were weeds growing all the way up to the top of the fence in Turn 1. Just everything everybody has pitched in for, all the fans who show up every single week. They make this racing possible. And all these people who are sticking out with us here at almost 1 in the morning in Mattoon, Illinois. Thank you guys for hanging in here with us. And, of course, all the people tuning in online as well back at home. Just great show all around.
Like Casey said, it is currently 12:50 here, Central Time. And you fans are sticking it out in this 40-degree weather. I am impressed. You guys are some true loyal fans here at Coles County Speedway because, by golly, I'm lucky to be sitting here in the tower. I'm warm. But you guys are awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, Lucas. Thank you for coming on up here to the broadcast booth tonight. It's been a long time since you've been up here, and it's just been a great show all night long. We're getting down to it. And so the Topless B mod drivers making their way to the pit area, or to the staging area, excuse me. Clayton Stanfield for Park Hills, Missouri, the number 51, starting us on the pole for the Topless B mod feature.
Hey, Casey.
Bradley Stanfield. Yeah,
Casey,
Dwayne.
hold on a second. Since Lucas has let rip with the by golly here tonight, at some point during the feature, I'm going to be totally depressed if he does not say let her rip tater chip. When he used to announce for the Hart Series, that was his two things, by golly and let her rip tater chip. That was the big thing. So if he doesn't drop that here at Coles County tonight, I'm going to be completely disappointed.
I got you, Dwayne. That's not a problem. We can do that straight from the get-go. I don't know how many laps in this A-main we're going to have, but I'll find a way to put it in there somehow. Whether someone's dominating or throwing absolute slide jobs, it will be thrown in there somehow. But, yeah, this is exciting. I'm an open-wheel guy. I prefer sprint cars, micros, midgets. But you put B-mods on a bull ring, dude, shut the front door. Like, this is going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm an open wheel guy myself. Haven't heard of a lot of these drivers until they came here for the first time. And, of course, just all these guys, just local guys showing up here at Coles County Speedway, helping themselves just make this modified racing happen every week. Hopefully we get some more of them in the future. It'd be awesome to see maybe another class of like 30 cars like we had for Road to the Dome.
Just make Topless B mods great again. Topless B mods, I don't know if they were ever great. I've never seen them before tonight. But I guarantee at some point in history somewhere, they were great. So I think we're going to make them great again here at Coles County. And, this is pretty cool. Yeah, man, not much to say. Just outside, I'm excited for this.
Oh, yeah, I am too. These Topless B mods, of course, their first time here at Coles County Speedway. They're pretty much a regular at Charleston Speedway, at least once a year. They always put on a great show. It's about a 50-lap race at Charleston Speedway, much bigger track, about a quarter mile over there on the east side of Charleston. So they're going from a quarter mile to about an eighth.
You're telling me Charleston only gives love to the B mods once a year?
No, they give them love every week, but the topless versions of them,
so
yeah.
they only go topless for special occasions.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Only take the top off when, once a year. Okay, I gotcha. I was like, man, you got to give love to the B mod, guys. I mean, okay, A mods are A mods, but who doesn't love a good B mod, You got to have something. Dwayne just said we used to have B mods in the Hart series. I forgot about that. That is true. Dwayne, why didn't we ever have topless B mods? That's true. I'd already moved. I forgot. I never got to do your infamous topless B mods. Whoa, my bad. Limited modifieds. That means we could have E mods, B mod, X mods. Your mom's modified. I don't know. We had all the modifieds out there. It was a great time all across the Midwest with the former Hart series, limited modified series.
Yeah, so I think we're getting close to the start time for the Topless B Mod 20-lap feature to end night one, or the prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial here at Coles County Speedway. How about we go through tonight's starting lineup?
Well, I got a question for you, though.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an X mod or an E mod?
I have not.
Have you ever seen a sport mod?
No.
I haven't either, but they all pretty much look the same. Have you ever seen an IMCA modified?
I have, yeah.
UMP modified?
Yes.
See, there we go. The UMP mods are pretty common. What about USRA with soda? Dude, there's so many modifieds.
Yeah.
I mean, that we should just have a wide open modified. Brian, here we go. Brand new idea. Just a wide open modified. Just bring any modified. Let her rip. Tater chip. And we'll do it. That would be sick. Bull ring too? Dude,
Yeah.
get out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got to get that out here at some point. How about the road to the dome? Something like that.
The road to the dome. That would be pretty good. I am all game for that. I don't know how I would take off work, but I would find a way to come for the road to the dome. So does that mean one whatever modified that we would have for the road to the dome would get a provisional into the A mod feature at the road to the dome?
I feel like they've got to, right?
I feel like that's the way. I think you got to make it like $2,000 to win. I mean, B mods, that's a freaking luxury to them. And then we'll give them a provisional. I think that's a great idea. Topless B mods to staging. Topless B mods to staging. Hopefully you guys get down there. Topless B mods to staging for your 20-lap main event.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. B modifieds to staging. B modifieds to staging for the 20-lap feature.
B-Mods, if you guys are not staging, you need to be there. B-Mods, if you are not staging, you need to be there. Casey, did you tell me we were going to have snowmobile racing here this winter?
It's kind of just a funny thing going around here in the tower, wondering what we're going to do in the off season.
Yeah, this is your guys' last race of the year. Way to go on a bang with a topless B-Mods, 20 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We race
Just
tomorrow
letting
night.
them
and
hang
that's
out.
it, yeah.
Topless B-Mods. But it's the last one of the year. So give me a little recap on this year here for Coles County. I know you've been here a lot.
Oh, yeah. First 2 months, we had pretty much rain. That was it.
Rain?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we got about 3 weeks of racing in about 2 months. It was frustrating. We finally got a good stretch in, then it rained again a couple of weeks.
There we go. Dwayne just transferred over. We get enough snowmobiles. Or no, well, hold on. We need the snow first. If we get enough snow and enough snowmobiles, I can't say that word right now. Snowmobiles show up, we'll have a race. That'd be sick. That'd be awesome. Yeah, so you can continue on your you can continue on your recap of 2025 Coles County.
Yeah, we kind of had some dominance from a couple of drivers early on that kind of fell off as we got through the year, but they pretty much stayed on the top of the points for most of the season. And of course, we had Extreme come out here. They put on an amazing show again. The midgets always put on a great show out here. I mean, they really do. We've had the vintage sprint cars out here a couple times. I mean,
You had what?
vintage sprint cars.
Oh, vintage sprint cars.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought you said like 410 sprint cars for a second. I was like, dude.
No, we had
Where was I?
360s. We had 360s.
You had 360s?
Only
here?
like 5 of them showed up, but yeah, we had them.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they wing or non-wing?
They were wings.
Dude, that had to be sick.
Oh yeah, it was. It was
I didn't
awesome.
see
I
a
just wish we
video
could
of
have
this.
more. Yeah, I just wish we had more of them.
Can I go back in like the catalog of YouTube and potentially
Oh yeah,
see the 360s?
I think it is. I don't remember what weeks it was, but it was early in the year.
Dude, I got to go find that. That would have been awesome. Say, I've been here for a couple midget shows. I've been here for Extreme. I've been here for Power Eye. Those were always fantastic shows. I unfortunately didn't get to make this year's. Hopefully, I'll get to make next year's. But I'm sure you guys will have some more big shows coming up in 2026.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Brian's already got the blueprints out for some of the biggest micro racing, midget racing, whatever he can put on this racetrack out here next year.
I've heard Road to the Dome.
Yep.
We'll have a second year.
Yep.
Maybe we can throw Road to the Dome in there. That would be awesome. So hopefully Brian runs with that new idea. It's okay if he doesn't. I completely understand. But you know what? Let's turn our attention back to our Bad to the Bone Topless B mods for their 20-lap main event.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting on the pole, it's Clayton Stanfield, the number 51 from Park Hills, Missouri. Alongside him, Bradley Stanfield, the number 52 from Park Hills, Missouri. Stanfield front row. Keith Hare from St. Peter, Illinois, the number 27, will line up third. Tyler Blankenship, the 3B from St. Elmo, Illinois, lining up fourth. Braden Doyle from Ashmore, Illinois, the number 69, rounding out the top 5. Caleb Steffens, the 1H from Ashmore, Illinois, lining up 6th. Drew Schwartz from Ashmore, Illinois, the 21 JR, lining up 7th. Zach Whaley from Hillsboro, Missouri, the number 13, lining up 8th.
Did you give him his nickname?
Haven't gotten to him yet.
You haven't gotten there? Oh, I
No,
zoned
he's-
out. My apologies.
He's a little further down. We got J.D. Evans from Mattoon, Illinois, starting in 9th from car number 59. Carter Standerfer from Sullivan, Illinois, in the number 14, starting in 10th. Dustin Keene from Charleston, Illinois, the number 32. In 11th, Rob Neubauer in 12th from Des Lodge, Missouri, the number 25. Casey Schrock, the 66 from Ashmore, Illinois, starting in 13th. Steve Phillips from Neoga, Illinois, the number 24S in 14th. And this was the name Dwayne came up with. Mason My Bad Lynch from Charleston, Illinois, the number 54C. Then starting at 15th, Brady Collins rounding out the field from Charleston, Illinois, in the 16th starting spot in the 08.
So, funny thing about Mason Lynch, the nickname My Bad, comes from, oh boy, just ripping the fence down in turns 3 and 4 earlier this evening. And I have it on video. I posted it on social. And, like, in the very beginning of it, he goes, my bad, as he has the fence connected to his car the whole way back. It's pretty funny. Go check it out. Actually posted on Grassroots Racing News, so that's my old page. Go check it out. Funny video on there. But fun fact about this evening, on our front row, Clayton Stanfield and Bradley Stanfield are twin brothers. So, you know, Casey, I don't know if you got a brother or sister. I got a brother, but he's not my twin. He's not my twin, but if I had a twin brother, if you had a twin brother, Casey, are you going to run him clean? Or are you going to pinch him down? Are you going to throw a slider, try and clear him? What are you doing here in turn 1 to your twin brother?
I don't know. I feel like you've got to send it into turn 1. If you're the inside car, you've got to push him up the racetrack. If you're on the outside car, you got to get on the fence. You got to know that's coming, unless you race each other all the time and know exactly how you're expecting to race.
So Bradley's got to let him hang and go rip the top. And then Clayton, so you're saying Clayton's got to throw a slider on him. Turn 1 bomb. So we'll see what he does. I don't know when we're going to get the one to go signal. I feel it in my bones. It's coming pretty soon. I don't think it'll be this time, but maybe next time by.
Maybe.
And we're all pretty close to getting lined up here. I know Race Control's doing their thing, telling the drivers where they need to go. But 16 Topless B modifieds. And don't forget, tomorrow we're going to be right back here at Coles County Speedway, right here on the same exact stream. You can find it at the same location on YouTube. And it's going to be another great night of racing. $10,000 on the line for the Jeff Horn Memorial for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Tommy Koonsman won this evening. We'll see if he can do that, $10,000 richer tomorrow night if he can do the same thing. But guess what? Lights are out. We're going to go green for 20 laps here for our Topless B modifieds.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the stand-fill front row are approaching the start cone over turn number 4. Smoke pouring from a car at the tail end of the field. But the green flag is going to come out on the final feature of the night here for prelim night of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Pretty civil initial start by the Stanfulls. It's the 52 of Bradley Stanfill going to lead here at lap number 1.
3 wide in the mid-pack behind them as the number 52 Bradley around the outside. Tyler Blankenship trying to follow him through on the outside as well, as Clayton Stanfill is going to work his way forward. Going to go for a half spin as Blankenship. The caution will have to come out as the 69 of Braden Doyle going to jump through the infield to avoid making any further contact.
My heart skipped a beat for a moment. I thought that was going to be a monstrous wreck right there, turns 3 and 4. The 3, Tyler Blankenship, was perpendicular to the racetrack and everybody else. And I thought that was going to get absolutely bonkers. But good thing was, it actually stayed pretty tame and everybody stayed pretty straightforward. And, my bad. The 121... Drew Schwartz, I believe that is. His right rear quarter panel is off, so we'll make that one right rear quarter panel here early on in this main event. We have 1 lap down. Bradley Stanfill is your leader. What do you do right here if you're the leader, or if you're starting mid-pack? What do you think you need to do right here?
I mean, as the leader, we've seen it all night long. You're going to go a little bit earlier than that restart cone. You're going to go right on the top side and dive right at it. Everybody does it in the micros, and really everybody in the bigger cars have done it as well. If you're in the mid-pack, you just got to watch out for that checkup. I mean, it's happened all night long. It happens pretty much every time we get into kind of a mid-race restart. Everybody kind of just gets into their rhythm a little bit under pacing. A couple cars fall behind, and it just ends up stacking up the field. It could cost something. We've seen it happen a couple times tonight with the restricted micros in particular, but they managed to clean it up towards the tail end of the race, and hopefully we don't see a big stack up here with these Topless B mods.
Yeah, not a lot of room to spare. These bigger cars here in this, 6th mile, 8th mile bull ring of Coles County, they take up a lot of space. So not a lot of room to navigate. So when you pick your lane, you got to make it count, which makes everything, even more important. But we're going to get the 1-to-go signal this time by. A little quick rundown of your top 5. 1 lap complete. Bradley Stanfill going to lead us to green in this Delaware restart. Clayton Stanfill, Tyler Blankenship in row number 2. And then in row 3, it's the 1H of Caleb Steffens and the 27 of Keith Hare. And the light has been shut off. We're going to go green next time by.
Bradley Stanfill going to elect towards the top side as predicted for this restart. We'll have to see what his brother can do in the bottom lane behind him. As they approach the restart cone, Bradley Stanfill on the gas just before the restart cone. Green flag's back in the air. And he's off to turn 1 with a couple car length advantage. There was a little stack up there as they came off turn 4 and down the front stretch. Is Tyler Blankenship going to go ahead through to second as they come back through turns 3 and 4 for the first lap back under green. A little bit of contact further back in the pack. Everybody trying to sort it all out.
Bradley Stanfill kind of running right through the middle. Not enough to really gain momentum, and he's leaving the bottom wide open. as the three of Blankenship and the other Stanfield kind of make their way up there. Be on the lookout. Well, never mind. Caution is out. Caution is out. I believe that is the 08 of Bradley Collins. I know he's running towards the back end of the pack, but he's turned around and turns 3 and 4. But before that caution came out, I noticed Bradley Stanfield was running kind of right through the middle, about 3/4 of the way up. You know, kind of still in the slick, not really necessarily in the moisture, but he was leaving the bottom wide open, you know, leaving him suspect to, you know, a slide job or someone just creeping around the bottom. And I believe Tyler Blankenship was doing a very good job of that. He had closed the gap and was just a little bit faster that last lap. And, you know, another guy you got to look out for is the 51 of Clayton Stanfield, who is 2/10 faster than both of them. So we'll see, you know, if the 52 of Bradley Stanfield, a lot of Stanfields here.
Yeah.
You know, will adjust his line, but he's going to have the whole shot here on the restart. The 1-to-go signal has been given.
Yeah, so the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack as the field heads off into turn number 1. Bradley Stanfield back up to the top side for this restart. Tyler Blankenship on the bottom of row 2. Clayton Stanfield on the outside of row 2 behind the race leader, Bradley Stanfield. Looks like he's going to be on the gas a little bit earlier this time on this restart. Green flag back in the air with 17 laps to go in this Topless B mod feature. Top 3 will get single file as they work their way through turns 3 and 4. Almost 3 wide for the battle for 4th. And they're 3 wide further back in the pack as well. 1 car into the outside wall. The number 27, Keith Hare. Going to keep it clean and green for now as we complete lap number 1.
3 wide right here on the front straightaway. I thought somebody was going to get their right sides off the ground, nearly just taking out the flag stand. That was wicked. Man, some of these guys, you know, running right around the bottom right now. A couple of them, you know, still tickling the top, trying to let her rip tater chip up there. But right now, everything is on the bottom. We'll see if anybody wants to, you know, try and be Mr. Tough Guy and go to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Bradley Stanfield leads his 6th lap of the race. Tyler Blankenship still has Clayton Stanfield all over the back bumper as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4. The bumper is going to be laid from Clayton Stanfield, trying to move him up out of the way. We see the 1H of Caleb Steffens. He's starting to work that high side a little bit. May have found something starting to close in on Clayton Stanfield here in the somewhat closing laps as 1 car pulls down to the infield.
Yeah, Rob Newer off the racetrack. Bradley Stanfield has adjusted his racing line to the bottom, you know, just kind of rolling. I see him lift pretty early, you know, in entry to corners, just lets it roll, gets a little tight, gets it turned, and right back to the hammer. But, man, I don't even hear him on the gas when he rolls by. He's just feathering it so nice down the straightaways. You know, just really want that tire to hook up and get maximum traction as the battle for second heats up. The 1H of Caleb Steffens led the rip on the high side. Here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. That high side momentum starting to come into effect for the 1H. He's going to be easily alongside Blankenship as they go back into turns 3 and 4. Still, Bradley Stanfield 2 seconds out in front of them. As we pass by the halfway point, we have 11 laps complete, 9 laps to go on the Topless B mod feature.
This is why you fans stayed here till 1 in the morning to watch Mr. Caleb Steffens just rip the top. Going to try and make a run on it. He gets second. We'll see if he can track down your leader as we have 8 laps to go.
Yeah, one of the Road to the Dome drivers knows the way around this racetrack already. And, yeah, this lap time is there for Caleb Steffens, but I don't know if he's got enough time. He's just that little bit faster, about 1 to 2 tenths a lap faster. It's a 2.3-second gap to race leader Bradley Stanfield with just coming to 6 laps to go. I don't know if that's enough time.
Yeah, 6 laps to go. He was 2 tenths quicker last time, 4 tenths quicker that lap. See, the crazy thing is, like, on the time and scoring, we're seeing that, but I don't see the gap really closing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just because they're running so different lines. I mean, you've got Bradley Stanfield right down there on the bottom, and you've got Caleb Steffens right up there on the top of the racetrack. Stanfield picked up the pace a little bit that last lap, only allowed 1 tenth to go to Steffens. But, man, if we get a late race caution, we could be in for a really, really nice battle. Because at the moment, I'm not sure it's going to go that way. Another 4 tenths is clicked off by Steffens, though, that last lap. 4 to go.
He's got 3 to go. If he keeps it at this pace, he's going to have a shot. 3 to go this time by. The gap goes from 1.5 seconds down to 1.2. He's going to have a great shot if he just needs that extra tenth these next couple laps. And he might get it as he's 1 car length away here at the start-finish line.
Yeah, 2 to go on the Topless B mod feature. Within 1 second now is Caleb Steffens on Bradley Stanfield into turns 3 and 4. Goes to the high side once again. We're coming back around to the white flag. It looks like he might have to set him up for one final move into turns 3 and 4.
White flag. Caleb Steffens pushing high on the high side. One chance here in turns 3 and 4. He goes right through the middle. Can't cross him over.
At the line, it's going to be Bradley Stanfield taking the win of the Topless B mod feature at Coles County Speedway. Caleb Steffens going to have to settle for a second place result. Very good run for him in the closing laps. Just did not have enough time. If this was a 25-lap feature, he might have honestly had it.
Man, I thought he was going to get him there. He needed probably 3 to 5 more laps if he wanted to seal the deal. But, hat shake to Caleb Steffens, making the high side work and really putting on show these fans who stuck it out here to 1 o'clock in the morning. And before you guys go home, I just want to say thank you from Brian and everybody else here at Coles County for hanging out with us on this chilly evening here in late October, and have a safe drive home. But, man, we got one more night of this, Casey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is that in the that World Series game that one time where they played it out into the early hours of the morning? We're going to see you all later tonight for another amazing night of racing. We're going to go and run through the rest of the results. Tyler Blankenship was 3rd, Clayton Stanfield 4th, Zach Whaley 5th, Keith Hare 6th, Braden Doyle 7th, Dustin King 8th, Drew Schwartz 9th, J.D. Evans in 10th, Steve Phillips 11th, Casey Sherrock in 12th, 13th was Mason Lynch, 14th Carter Stander for 15th, Rob Neubauer, 16th was Brady Collins, and it looks like our race winner, Bradley Stanfield, into victory lane. Kevin, down to you in victory lane.
Thank you, Casey. We're just waiting for Mason to get out of his car here. He's got a bunch of happy people surrounding him here. All right, folks, let him hear him. Mason Lynch from Charleston, Illinois, your B-modified, Topless B modified feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Well, first off, congratulations, Mason. You had a really good car tonight. They dropped the green flag, and you just kind of walked away from it. How was the track for you tonight?
Oh, the track was perfect for me. Adding fuel and it just go right around and stick right around where I wanted it to go.
How fun is it, if it is fun for you, to run on a little boat like this? You guys don't get this opportunity very often.
Oh, I had a blast. It was the freaking most fun I've had for quite a while.
Excellent. Good traction, no problem with the slickness or anything in the track since we didn't have any prep in between since we had the fence incident?
No. I kind of like it slicked off more than hammered down. Oh, I got a crate motor in there.
Excellent. All right. Well, everybody, one more time, big congratulations to Mason Lynch from Charleston, Illinois, your Topless B mod feature winner here at Coles County Speedway at the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Thank you, Kevin, once again. And with that will conclude our night of racing at Coles County Speedway. The late night of racing, of course, thank you once again to everybody for sticking it out at the racetrack tonight. Again, very cold night, but, man, these fans are loyal as ever here at Coles County Speedway in our final week of racing with the Jeff Horn Memorial. And Lucas, man, thank you for coming up here to the broadcast booth tonight.
Dude, this was a blast. I hadn't gotten to announce a race in a couple years, and really here at Coles County in 4 or 5. So it was a pleasure to be back, to be up here with you, Casey, for the first time. And one more thank you to the fans for sticking out with us to see some of you guys packing up, going home. And we'll see you again tonight. I think Hot Lap start at 6:30. If you can't make it here in person, we'll be live right back here on YouTube tomorrow evening. Casey will be. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But 5:30 is a little bit earlier of a start tomorrow night. So hopefully nobody rips the fence down, and we'll be out of here at a decent time. But what a phenomenal show. These Topless B mods, what a way to end the evening.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel like, man, we got to run the Outlaw Non-Wings last tomorrow because it just means so much to those drivers. But I think these Topless B mods are going to find a good place running as the penultimate feature of the night. So with that, that's going to end our night of racing here at Coles County Speedway. Once again, thank you, everyone, for making it out to the racetrack tonight. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in back at home. We'll see you all later tonight here at Coles County Speedway for night number 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial.